happened all too often in the last couple of years. And it's great that we're here to discuss, to celebrate in a way, the coming to an end of a series of Horizon 2020 projects focused on energy performance certificates in buildings, and looking ahead as to how those can evolve to better serve the EU and ultimately, transform the European building market, make buildings net zero, but also safer, healthier, more comfortable, etc. My name is Sonja van Rensen. No, that's me. I'm Editor-in-Chief of Energy Monitor, which is a relatively new digital publication that was launched in the middle of COVID by the New Statesman media group in the UK. So we write about energy transition, all aspects of that, not just what's going on here in Brussels and in Europe, but also further afield. And buildings is obviously one of the areas we cover. So I have the pleasure of guiding you through today's program, making sure everyone gets to say what they've come here to say, taking your questions. We hope there'll be lots of those. Making sure we keep to time so everyone gets their word in and we have time for lunch, etc. So in terms of program, you can't see that, but basically we've split the day into two parts. So the first of it is we're here to talk primarily about two projects, U-Cert and X-tendo. So we're going to hear a bit about those. We're going to talk about EPCs as they currently exist, as they fit into the current and soon to be updated European policy framework for buildings. And we'll have a panel debate as part of this as well. And the second part, after lunch, will be focused on next generation EPCs. And we're going to hear from a series of projects, well, one other project that has kind of run at the same time, Qual DPC, as X-tendo and U-Cert, but has been extended by another half a year. And then a whole series of, I suppose they're offspring projects, sister projects, offspring projects that are looking to take this research to the next level. And again, we'll have a panel or an open discussion at the end of that to take your questions and hopefully make sure that today's debate moves things forward. So trying to bring some of these results together and work out how they support future research and how they can actually be turned into practice and used on the ground. That's it in terms of an introduction, I think. On a very practical note, so we've got all of you here. We are also being live streamed. So that means we're going to take questions from those of you here in the room, but people also have an opportunity to send in questions via the YouTube channel where this is being shown. So we'll try and incorporate some of those as well as and when they come in. And on that note, it's Build Up, which is doing today's live streaming, and we've got a very short video to introduce that to you. I imagine most of you will know what it is, but in case not, here's a short introduction.
If Europe is to meet its energy efficiency targets, the building sector needs reliable and expert information, accessible for free and set out in a collaborative manner. Launched in 2009 and funded by the European Commission, Build Up has become the European reference portal for energy efficiency in buildings. On Build Up, you can find webinars and events, case studies, good practice examples, the latest policy news, and much more. Thanks to our automated translation function, Build Up content can now be read in 7 languages. Furthermore, a section on the Build Up Skills initiative has recently been added. Let's build up our community. Become a Build Up member so that you can propose your own content and pose questions for the Build Up experts to answer. Follow us on social media. Come and visit www.buildup.eu.
Okay, so a big thank you to Build Up for making today's event accessible to a wider range of people than those who happen to be in Brussels today. And with that, I'm going to hand over right away to our two project coordinators for X-tendo and U-Cert, Ina Maya and Peter op 't Veld. Ina Maya is a research associate and PhD candidate at the Energy Economics Group at the Technical University in Vienna. She's an environmental engineer and also holds a degree in energy efficient and sustainable buildings. And together with Lukas Kansel, she's been coordinating the X-tendo project. Maybe I'll introduce you after Peter, just because people won't remember. Let's hear from Ina first. Go ahead.
Yeah, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will give you a short introduction about this X-tendo project, which I have been coordinated with my colleague Lukas Kranzel. Hope you enjoyed this short cut on the project. X-tendo stands for Extending the Energy Performance Assessment and Certification Schemes via Modular Approach. The project objectives were to mainly support public authorities on the implementation, management, and also organization of the next generation EPCs. We demonstrate and encourage the rollout of 10 innovative features and want to improve reliability, usability, conversion of practice and tools of next generation EPCs. The features, we have 10 features. They are basically divided in 2 categories. So unfortunately, maybe you could turn off the light, but you could see that we have the innovative indicators on the right-hand side, the smart readiness, comfort, outdoor air pollution, real energy consumption, and district energy. And we have then on the left-hand side the innovative, thank you very much. The innovative data handling, it's the EPC databases, building logbooks, erased recommendation, financing options, and one-stop shops. We assessed, and during the development of the features, we had the 4 cross-cutting criteria to lead the methodology and also to make sure about how to where the features stand. So the 4 cross-cutting criteria are compliance with international standards, quality and reliability, user-friendliness, and economic feasibility. The team is composed by 13 partners in 10 different countries. Beyond or in parallel to the coordination and project management roles, we had also 2 kinds of partners. We had the feature developers. We were 5 feature developers, and also the 9 testing partners in Austria, Denmark, Estonia, Greece, Italy, Poland, Portugal, Romania, and UK, basically Scotland. The project pillars are basically 3. We have on the one hand the stakeholder engagement, where we wanted to understand the end user needs. We also wanted to identify beneficiaries, collect feedbacks from implementers, and also exploit the toolbox. Then we have the testing. The testing, we had 3 different types of testing. The building testing, where we had measures and also on-site visits. Then the system testing, and the user can directly go to the sessions and see the interest information. I will show also how the toolbox is structured. We started the project assessing the current state of EPCs. We wanted to understand where we stand, for example, in different topics of the area, the quality assurance, the EPCs, databases, calculation approaches, the public acceptance. And beyond that, we wanted to explore potentials for the next generation of EPCs. Then we also did surveys in 5 different countries. And the surveys were done to understand the end user needs and also their expectations on the EPCs and on the next generation of EPCs. What you see here, for example, is just an exemplary question on their interest on the tailored stepwise renovation. The end users were also split in if they are energy conscious, neutral, or not energy conscious. And what you see is they think this information is useful. Then we've all set up this information. We developed the introductory reports. This is, I would say, the most compiled information of the features. These are 3 or 4 pages where we present the context of the features, why we have developed them, the scope of application, and beyond that, also the methods that we wanted to implement and the overall evaluation. Well, as I mentioned, all this information is available in the toolbox, together also with the methodological approaches, the calculation spreadsheets, and the recommendations for the implementation. What you see, it's a screenshot of the toolbox. In the exemplary, the feature outdoor air pollution. So if you go to the toolbox, you see a short description of the feature, and then in each session, the material, the report, and the spreadsheets are uploadable. This material will also be available beyond the project time. And there is also a session with the background material, which is not only the feature specific, but these are all the reports in the project. Finally, we have this report, which is of course also available in the toolbox, the guidelines and replicability, where we compile the whole process, the testing process. There you can see the testing cases for each feature. Here it's also important to say that we did not do all countries implemented all features, but the partners could pick up the relevant features in their countries. At the end, we had 29 testing cases. Then we present also the results. And beyond that, we go to the drivers and barriers to uptake the features in the national context, the impacts, and also necessary next steps. Finally, we also have done a quantitative estimation on the replicability potential of each feature. So the general conclusions of the X-tendo project, we believe that there is no need to provide a lot of more information in the new EPCs and revised EPCs, but rather to improve the current schemes with user-friendliness, automatization, digitalization, and support to energy auditors. We also think that linking the EPCs with other instruments, for example, logbooks and one-stop shops, help to increase the impact of the EPCs. And for example, through the EPC databases, we can have explore the information behind it. The X-tendo features were tested in different building typologies, in residential buildings, schools, and office buildings. Then finally, coming to the policy recommendations and next steps. It's important to recognize strengths in the best practice and transfer this knowledge in between the member states. We had many experts in the project. For example, we recognized the EPC databases in Denmark. It's really well established and developed, as well as the concept of the one-stop shops in Portugal. Quality control of EPCs, it's very important to assure the reliability and the trust for both end user and public authorities. In the X-tendo project, we have developed a risk-based routine also based on the Danish example. To promote the implementation of the new features, it's important to use market but also non-market mechanisms. And from the cross-cutting criteria, we realized or we concluded that the economic feasibility and the user-friendliness should guide the new implementation of these new features. Yeah, finally, the project is coming to the end. We'll finish the project in August, but we have a few more reports on policy briefs and communication activities coming until the end of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. And X-tendo's sister project, running alongside it at the same time, has been U-Cert. And I'd like to welcome Peter op het Veld to introduce you to that. He's a senior consultant at Huygen Engineers and Consultants Engineers in the Netherlands, an expert on many things, buildings from indoor air quality to sustainability, circularity, building physics, etc. He's the coordinator of multiple Horizon 2020 projects and is here today to introduce in his role as coordinator of the U-Cert project.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Together with my colleague Simona Doga, I'm the coordinator of the U-Cert project. And well, U-Cert in a nutshell, I think it's one of the very first Horizon 2020 projects that has been contracted on the development of the next generation EPCs. We started at September 2019. We had a first physical meeting, and then COVID came into view, and finally last week we had again a physical meeting. And we had a dream, and the dream was to introduce a next generation of youth center energy performance assessment and certification schemes to value buildings in a much more holistic way. For myself, I also had a dream, and this has to do with the fact that I'm working at a consultancy company. And our company is, working on building services, building technologies, and often our clients see EPCs and EPBD as a burden, administrative burden, and they always ask me, can we get some extra value of it? For example, can we see the real performances of our buildings? And this is also one of the things that we try to address within U-Cert. Basically, we worked on the convergence of quality and reliability of the standards under the 48 mandate. We encourage the development and application of holistic solutions, also including the smart readiness of buildings, and quite important, encourage the support and end users in decision making, so that we try to nudge them for a better purchasing and instill trust by making the added value more visible. Some words about our consortium, not so much about the partners, but the rationale of the consortium. We have a core team that's built around the EPB Center. The EPB Center is our vehicle of the project, and with the EPB Center we also had partners like Riva and ISO, who are shareholders of the EPB Center, and as a technology partner the Valencia Institute of Building. So this is the operational platform. And then we have 11 partners from different countries who worked on the testing, validation and implementation in 11 countries. So we deliberately choose for a large consortium to have a wide coverage in Europe. As for the key objectives, as already mentioned, facilitate and convergence of quality and reliability of the EPB standards, development and application of holistic user-centered innovation solutions, including the smart readiness, support of end users in decision making, and also strengthening the actual implementation of the EPBD by providing and implying insights from perspective of all the stakeholders. And here also the EPB Center has a pivotal role in it. So we have a transition path that's envisioned by U-Cert towards this next generation, sorry for the typo, of EPCs. The first transition path is a full, smooth implementation of the EPBD and EPB standards under the mandate M480. The second one, the second transition path, is a user-centered design for facilitating and accelerating building performance improvements. And this has a wide range from, for example, behavioral change, but also for deep renovation. And finally, also leveraging the synergies between the smart readiness indicator of buildings and the set of EPBD standards. One of the major steps that we try to make is to come from an asset rating to a building operational rating, based on an evidence-based decision-making process with calculated and measured data in EPB calculations, including also the SRI. We have a cloud-based service it's based also on national EPC databases, and it also paves the way for building renovation passports and roadmaps. And with this, we address national authorities, building designers and contractors, building professionals, financial institutions, but also researchers. We work on 4 pillars: the implementation, provision of information, the exploration, and also the challenge. As for the implementation, it's supporting operational rating tools development, for information, extension, acceleration, and market uptake of our services. For the exploration, the end user needs and user services, and finally also for the stakeholders, the overall stakeholder engagement. A quite important core from our project is the supporting tooling. We have 3 tools at the moment. The first one is the U-Cert comparison and calculation toolkit for the national annexes. The second one is the U-Cert building operational rating. And the third one is the U-Cert service tool for product suppliers transforming product information into suitable input for calculations. That tool is still a bit under development, but what we emphasize with this tool for product development is that we also try to support innovative products within the EPC calculations. As for the extension and acceleration of market uptake of our services, we increase the impact of our services and tools across Europe by active involvement of stakeholders group through the whole value chains in member states, product suppliers. We address professional users, also other market actors. Again, the EPB Center has a pivotal role in it as an independent platform to work on this implementation. Then the U in U-Cert, that's quite important because U stands for users, end users, and we really put a lot of emphasis on mapping the end user needs of the services. And we did that by using an anthropology-based approach. So we worked with anthropologists on that for the identification and categorization of end users and customers, both on the level of the partner countries, but also on a broader scale. So we collected and mapped all these user needs, expectations, and we defined with that the functionalities for the tooling. And one of the results of this is a catalog of user and beneficiary profiles for this tool development. So the tools are really end-user engaged. Then finally, stakeholder engagement. We set up a large international stakeholders network for the user services, tools, methods, and also for the sustainability and increasing the visibility. We use, again, the EPB Center platform, and we facilitate a continuous update and adaptation of the developed materials and according to the regulations and national EPB implementation. And finally, we organize, of course, events, webinars, and roadshows. We are not totally at the end of the project. We still have 4 months to go. We have an extension of 3 months. These 3 months we will use for our roadshows and for the national trainings. So we really take some extra time for that. Another thing that I would like to mention, and which in my point of view is very important, from the very beginning we search for the collaboration with the other 2 projects funded in that call, X-tendo and Qual EPC. And this collaboration was very effective, and with this we could do the implementation of the 3 projects much more in an efficient way. And I would like to thank also the coordinators of our 2 sister projects for that collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that overview, and also indeed a useful reminder that these 3 projects really work together hand in hand. And I imagine there were synergies that came from that. And a reminder that all of this, or a lot of this has taken place during COVID, so the unusual conditions. And the fact that you have managed to collaborate to that extent is probably all the more impressive for that. And be interesting, so I think hopefully we'll get to that a little bit in the panel to get a reaction from people who haven't actually been coordinating the projects as to how you interpret these projects, the results, what you think is useful, and how you think these results can actually be applied in real life. So we go on then to a series of, I would say, 3 speakers, all of whom are going to address the issue of energy performance certificates in the current and soon to be revised EU policy framework, notably the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. So we're going to have first someone from DG Energy at the European Commission, then someone from the European Parliament's perspective, and finally back to the European Commission, but from an EU projects perspective, and all addressing this same question a little bit. So first up, I'd like to welcome Pau Garcia Audi, Policy Officer at DG Energy, who's been with the Commission for the past dozen years. He is the expert on, it's a long time, I know time flies. He is the expert when it comes to energy efficiency in buildings and has therefore been leading, I imagine, the work on the EPBD revision. And, well, part of that is trying to take these energy performance certificates and further develop them and improve them. So looking forward to hearing your views on them going forward, and if anything, also a comment on how these, or you might want to save that for the panel, but how these projects kind of feed into your thinking on that.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everybody. I'll start by obviously thanking you, the organizers of the event, for inviting us to be here today, but more particularly, I would really like to thank X-tendo and U-Cert because we took a lot of information from them during the preparation of the proposal for the EPBD, and particularly also for the impact assessment. So thank you very much for that. We wouldn't have been able to do that without you. I'm not exaggerating. And I think it's important also to highlight the link between projects financed through EU funds like Horizon Europe or now LIFE and the work that we carry out at DG Energy, because a lot of the ideas, a lot of the concepts, a lot of the information that comes out with this project ends up in our hands, and we make use of it as much as we can. Bear in mind, it's one of our main sources of information. So, sorry, moving along, because I don't have a lot of time. So EPCs, they've been in place in the EU. I could be talking about them for ages. I could be mentioning all the provisions in the EPBD, in the different articles, how do they work, what are the indicators, etc. I could be talking about the coverage. At the moment, we have between 10 and 60%, depending on the member state. So, for example, in Ireland, there is a very high representation of the building stock in the databases. Could be talking about a number of things, the evidence of increased value of properties with good ratings, etc. I could also be talking about the proposal for the revision of the EPBD and what are the different provisions that we have in there. But I only have 10 minutes. So I'm going to concentrate on this instead. With this, I basically, first of all, I'm not trying to say that the EPC is at the center of the EPBD or at the center of the world. That's not what I'm trying to explain in this slide. But I am trying to represent that the EPC is linked with many of the other provisions and many of the other elements that are either in the EPBD or in buildings in general. So it's not that they are the center, it's just that they link with a lot of things, and the easiest way to represent this was to put them in the middle. So there are a number of elements to highlight there. I don't know if there is a... No, there isn't. Okay. So at the top, you can see that there are basically 2 colors. Yellow is roughly whether there is a strong link either at legislative level or at policy level, or whether we really want to increase these links. In green, it's more something that has happened by default, or that the industry has taken on their own, or that the sector has taken on their own. So the EPCs has the main provisions that are you have to provide it when you sell or rent a building. It was meant mainly at the beginning as an information tool to benchmark buildings and for you to take a decision when you buy or rent a building. Same as when you buy you don't rent washing machines, but the same as when you buy a washing machine or a fridge or a car. It provides information. From there, it took a little bit of a life on its own. So, for example, we use the EPC to check the minimum energy performance requirements in buildings. So when a building is constructed, we use the EPC calculation tool in order to make sure that that building complies with the requirements that we have to, that the building has to comply with. Now, in the proposal for the revision of the EPBD, we are linking this with the minimum energy performance standard. So if you have a building that is G or F rated, you need to bring it up to E rated level by 2030, 2033. We also link it, for example, with a whole host of information coming from buildings. So, for example, if your building has electric chargers, that should be indicated in the EPC. If your building has an SRI, that should be indicated in the EPC, and the value should be shown in the EPC. The building renovation passport, if that building has a building renovation passport, it should be linked to the EPC. In fact, the building renovations passport should start at the EPC level and use a lot of the information that is already available on the EPC in order to build the renovation passport much forward. Of course, it links to the EPC databases, which are one of the main sources of information we have at the moment about the building stock in Europe, particularly for those member states like Ireland and Portugal, and I say this because I see an Irish and a Portuguese person in the crowd, which are two member states that have very high levels of buildings in their EPC databases. It can also link to the global warming potential of a building. So we use the information on the EPC in order to build the global warming potential. We can use the EPC in order to show also to the building user, this is the global warming potential of your building. And then we move into the world of finance. And here's where things start getting, I don't want to say even more interesting, but they definitely get relevant. We have seen over the years that there is a strong relationship between the rating on an EPC and the value of the property. Now, I have to be careful because correlation does not mean causation. We know that the value of a building is determined on location, and that's what it is. But we have seen, for example, that financial institutions are starting to look at low-rated buildings as a bit of a risk. And so they see if a building has a very low energy rating, the energy bills will be very high, which means that there is a higher risk of default, and that results in higher mortgage prices or higher interest. So we see that they are starting to look at the EPC. In addition to that, we use extensively the EPC for checking that there's been an improvement on the building. So, for example, when there are grants or soft loans provided by a member state or a municipality or regional authority, they use the EPC in order to check indeed the building has improved this match. In fact, this is a requirement now for the recovery and resilience plans. So we also use the EPC in the EU Green Taxonomy. So in order to demonstrate, for example, the requirement that a new building is 10% better than NZEP, we require that this is shown by the EPC. Why do we rely so much on the EPC? It's because it's a legal tool available in every member state. It's recognized, it's got a legal backing behind it, so it's the most available tool, and it's the only one that we have that it's pretty much common throughout the EU. So we rely very heavily on the EPC for the EU Green Taxonomy. And there, this link with private finance and the taxonomy and the public finance is also one of the reasons why in the current revision of the EPBD, we are pushing so much for a more harmonized approach towards the EPC labeling scheme. Because although buildings are set in a specific space, in a certain member state, in a certain village, and the buildings are not going to move, the money does move across border, and it does move a lot. And banks and financial institutions really need to understand where are they putting the money, particularly in the secondary market. They want to know, I want to make sure that I'm funding buildings that need renovation, or I want to make sure that I'm funding only buildings that are very high energy efficient, etc. And last but not least, we've also seen, which I think it's quite a relevant aspect, that the EPC has been linked to the design and the building permits. So in a significant number of member states, if you have to provide a building at the end of the process, but of course, a lot of member states ask that you prove that the building is going to be already in the design stages good enough to be approved by the end. So they have linked these even though we didn't ask for it, which is quite relevant. And then it's also been linked to the design process. So it has changed quite significantly the way, or at least that's the way I see it. It has changed the way we used to design buildings. Not the EPC on its own. Here I would say the fact that we have a calculation methodology is perhaps the biggest asset that we have on this, because it really allows us to see how are we going to calculate the performance of a building, what are the different options that we can work on. And that makes the design team work together, both for new buildings and for renovation. So if we have a lot of glazing on a south facade, how can we reduce the solar gains? Is the best options to use solar glazing? Do we use a brise-soleil or some sort of mechanical solar shading? Which options do we have, for example, to improve the ventilation of the building, mechanical or natural? What are the pros and cons? And the EPC, and especially the calculation methodology, can help us do all of these analyses. So we use a lot the EPC actually to benchmark what are all our different options throughout the process. So I do want to highlight a couple of things on what's coming up, and especially the link with the projects and as discussed today. So because of everything that I mentioned here, yes, we see there is an increase for reliability and accessibility of the EPC and the information provided on the EPC. So it's not just the information that is going to be used by the prospective owner or tenant, but also by all the research institutes, and there are some of them here today, to be able to have access to this information. We also see the need for a harmonized scale and for a common template. We need to make sure that the EPCs are provided following an on-site visits. We need to demonstrate that they do reflect the performance of the buildings. And then particularly, for example, because we are now in a moment where the EPC is really driving or we want the EPC to drive the renovation process, we need to provide some sort of update procedure so it's easier for the building owner to update the value EPC as they improve the building. So just in a nutshell, I basically wanted to show you that the EPC sits at a bit of a crossroads in a lot of different policies and different elements linked to the EPBD and the building sector in general. And that's, I think, one of the reasons why we're here today. So thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer afterwards.
He's going to be on the panel. If it's a short question, more of a clarification, then yes. And otherwise, I would propose we keep it for the panel. Okay. Don't. The thing is, you'd need a microphone because otherwise people online won't hear you. But please keep it short, and then we can follow up in the panel.
Short, because EPCs are related mostly to existing buildings. Now we are talking about very high performance for new buildings. So we need to know at the project level what is the potential of that building to become a nearly zero or even a zero emission building. So it should be included very clearly in the revised EPBD, the need for a report or something at the design level that that building would need, will have the potential for that performance level that we want to. EPC is needed also at the commissioning level, you know, not only sale and rent. And at the commission level, it's too late. So I wanted to point out that the need for a report or a preliminary EPC at the design level, and it should be included in the EPBD revised. It's really fundamental.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise, it's too late later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, something we can get the panel to comment on. Thank you very much. And tell us who you are, maybe, just so.
From the Association of Energy Auditors in Romania.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you, Paul, for pointing out how EPCs are really at the heart of the EPBD and I guess the evolution of EU policy on buildings. We rely on them, and hence, obviously, the relevance of all these projects that we're talking about today. Our next speaker is here from the European Parliament, Heike Leberle, who is an advisor on energy policy for the Greens in the Parliament. She's been doing this for the last just over 10 years now and covers the buildings legislation along with other energy-related files. She's also an accredited energy performance certifier, which is probably very relevant in today's context. So please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yes, good morning also from my side. Thank you very much for inviting me. The members who are usually in this position are in Strasbourg this week, so I was asked to step in, so you have to bear with me. And I'm trying to show a little bit the Parliament perspective on the EPBD revision and specifically on the parts of EPCs. So it's only first impressions, because this has to do very much with the timeline and process that we have in the European Parliament. We have heard that many of you are working on this for years. There are projects ongoing for 3 years. But in the Parliament, we are really just at the beginning of the process. So that's why it's so useful for me today to hear from the projects and get your recommendations. The Greens EFA group has rapporteurship for this file, so the Member of Parliament, Kieran Cuff, has presented his draft report in June, and just yesterday we had the deadline for amendments. So at the end of the afternoon yesterday, I got a mixed language version document with over 1,000 amendments, and I tried to extract the EPC relevant things for you today. The next step is that we will have to negotiate among political groups in the European Parliament in September and October. We'll then vote in the ITRE committee on our position in plenary in December. And then as of next year, we will start negotiating with the Council, with our co-legislator, what should be the final outcome of this legislative review, all the time supported by the Commission and all your expertise, hopefully, so that we'll have an outcome that makes sense. So maybe just to show a little bit what was my quick collection of first inputs from these amendments. There were some general demands regarding the energy performance certificates. So some groups proposed to have actually EPCs for all buildings by 2030. This is mainly motivated by the fact that they are now so important and they should raise the awareness of building owners. They can be used for asking for finances for renovation. So we have seen some amendments that propose that. Then many indeed link it to the financial support for that. So these energy performance certificates should be for free, either for everyone or for certain groups. There was proposals also how this can be financed and that certain things should be simplified and updates should be simplified. Then we also see some amendments that propose alternatives to on-site visits for EPCs, so that metering technologies should be used more often, and also possible other technologies to generate this energy performance certificates more easily and more cost-effectively. Then we have seen some amendments that say that EPCs must be clear, legible information. They should have harmonized pictograms and be very user-friendly. We also have seen some amendments that propose, in addition to what the Commission proposed, to have an additional Energy Plus building category, so not the A to G scale, but also buildings that are actually performing better than the zero-emission buildings, such as passive houses. And then we have also some proposals on actually playing around with the rescaling, with the bandwidth and other details. So if there should be additional guidance from Commission on that, or if we should anchor this in the legislation. Just to see. Yes, so some of the amendment proposals were also including additional mandatory indicators. So we have a lot of support for this indicator on life cycle global warming potential, or to showcase CO2 reductions over time. Many ask that indoor environmental quality indicators should be part of EPCs, that the primary energy calculations should be more dynamic and take into account the national energy mix based on the national energy and climate plans. There are others who call for indicators such as energy needs or energy needs for heating and cooling, and also those that think that final energy and metered energy should be part of the calculation process. Then, apart from the indicators, there are also some amendments that require additional information to be part of EPCs. So amendments propose that there should be the indication of a next renovation step. So not only the recommendations that we have now, but a real recommendation, what is the next renovation step. Then there should be information on the lifespan of the existing space and water heating systems. There should be more information about financial incentives and technical assistance. Probably a range of the estimated costs for the renovations and information on the next available one-stop shop. Then, as part of the first page of the EPC, there are proposals to include more from the SRI, especially an indicator that shows if the building can flexibly interact with the grid. And then there was also amendments asking to showcase if there was a connection to a district heating and cooling grid, if there was technology for heat recovery in place. There should be information on the capacity of the installed renewables. And there are quite some amendments on these new proposals linking to other tools like Building Renovation Passport or the logbook. So this is what is now on the table. I can't really prejudge the outcome of the negotiations, so we'll discuss internally in Parliament, or we'll discuss with you today. And yeah, as I said at the beginning, I think you're all more experts than we are in Parliament, so I think it's really useful to get your expertise on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And Heike will be on the panel too to listen and answer any questions you may have. Certainly, I'd be interested to follow up to see it's a whole bunch, as you said, 1,000 amendments. If there are any areas or categories or types of amendments, which ones you think everyone's going to agree on, which ones are potentially more contentious. And I imagine you have some sense also of what's going on in council, so any flavour of how ultimately all this comes together and whether there is an overall vision of EPCs going forward that's fairly coherent, or there's still, a lot of things that need sorting. So we can follow up on that in the panel. Our final speaker then in this series is Ulrike Nuschele, who's, we're back to the European Commission now, where she's a senior project advisor at the European Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency. So she's been involved in the energy field for the last 20 years. All of these people are very experienced, hence we're into 10, 12, 20 years. I've been an energy and climate journalist for 15 years, which I don't like to say because indeed you think, my God, it seems like a long time. So she's been working in different institutions, the European Parliament, also the German Energy Agency, DENA, DG Energy, and now, of course, at Cinea then. Energy efficiency is one of her areas of expertise, and buildings is something that she's been focusing a lot on more recently. So the EU projects perspective.
So many thanks, Sonja, for this introduction. And yes, indeed, also Heike had to laugh when you said that you had all these amendments yesterday evening, because it really rang a bell. So I have to do it. Okay. So I'd boldly changed the title of my slide, but this is the old one. So because I wanted to call the presentation The Past, the Present and the Future. Voila. So I'm, as Sonja said, I'm Senior Project Advisor at the Cinea. This is the Executive Agency for Climate, Infrastructure and Environment, but the nickname is Green Deal Agency. So voila, there it is. The past, the present, and the live set called 22. I just want to go very quickly, give you an overview of the landscape of the projects, because I think that you know much better these projects than I do. You see that we have innovation actions and the coordination support action. This is all Horizon. So I don't want to call it the past, because of course Horizon will still exist, and also the projects are still ongoing. Some of them will only start now. As I said, you see the different calls, and you see the different types of actions. And just to mention the ones, because I was asked to mention these, the new ones that will only start now, probably some of you are already involved in those, Smart Living, EPC, and Chronicle on the left side down there. That are really just the news, but as you see, they are innovation actions. Both have this strong link with digital tools and with building information modeling. So you see that those innovation actions normally, naturally, bring in a strong element of digitalization. And you see, of course, U-Cert and X-tendo and Quality APC that are just about to end very soon. So this is the landscape of the EPC projects, but what I would like to present you now is the future that we will have under life. I don't know why this is here. So, the Live Clean Energy Transition. I don't know how familiar you are with this program. You see we have 4 sub-programs, and if we zoom in, let's look at this Clean Energy Transition program. And under this Clean Energy Transition Program, we will continue the market uptake and policy implementation projects that we used to have under Horizon Europe. Under Horizon 2020, sorry. So, big slide here. The slide is quite irrelevant to you who are already familiar with these projects that we had under Horizon 2020. But what is important is, and that is maybe quite unspecific for Live, is the co-funding rate of 95%. So what we still do, we answer to market uptake and policy implementation barriers. We normally wouldn't fund demonstration infrastructure and hardware, only to a very small extent. But we have this co-funding rate of 95%, which is still quite high. But I emphasize this here because on their other live programs, sub-programs, you would usually find much lower funding rates. So the Live Clean Energy Transition, for the moment, is structured into 5 intervention areas. And I put little pillars. I could have put pillars everywhere because buildings are cross-cutting and they're just everywhere. But maybe just for today's purpose, we should maybe focus on this policy framework thing. But the big error here is on this accelerating technology rollout, digitalization, new market services, and business models, because buildings would be primarily addressed under this area. And we still, as in the past, we define these topics quite in detail, and we ask applicants to respond to those calls. So the first call, and I think that might be, it's a guess, might be the most relevant for all of you that you're busy with EPCs. We drafted a new topic that's called the call ID is Build Perform, Energy Performance and Smart Readiness of Buildings. And I don't need to go into the background. Again, I mean, we have a very ambitious agenda under the Green Deal call and the Fit for 55. And likely, we don't know what's coming out of the EPBD revision, but it's most likely that the framework for EPCs and SRI will be a lot enhanced. So meaning that we might have an harmonization of classes for EPC, we might have a link with the MAPS, minimum energy for performance standards, and we might have a mandatory requirements for SRIs, for the SRI for certain buildings. Still, as you have seen, as you're aware, there are many barriers, for example, the coverage of the EPC, the information content, the market uptake, and that probably the information calculation is not completely coherent. And also, as we have heard, there's quite a challenge about the training and quality control of auditors. But on the other hand, new technologies can also improve this accuracy and availability of data. So what are the main objectives of this topic? To make these instruments, so EPC mainly, but also SRI, more meaningful, more accurate, user-friendly and trustful, to make the methodologies more accurate and more robust, but also to improve the synergies across the instruments, meaning EPC and SRI, but also other, like logbooks or building renovation passports. So we have two scopes. One is more policy implementation, one is more market uptake. I don't need to read all this to you, but just to say that we have one area where we would expect projects to support member states mainly, to implement the EPC, and that means that they help projects that give technical support that would help to contextualize the requirements, to help assess policy options and design option and impacts, that to improve the methodologies, to collect and aggregate and analyze the data, and also the integration, methodological coordination of EPCs and SRIs. And then, but more specifically, as we've heard, depending on what comes out of the EPDB revision, developing the methodologies, for example, for the rescaling, for the refining, for the updating of the calculation methodologies, but also for setting up central tools for a more interactive and dynamic use. For the SRI specifically, an identification of implementation paths, more ambitious than they are for the moment, and a sharing of good practices. So scope B is more the market uptake of EPCs. So we also heard, for example, that EPCs should be more salient in investment decisions and more connected to financial instruments. So, but what we also need would be an upskilling of building auditors for integrated schemes. We would like to increase the cost efficiency of EPC and SRIs through combining the methodologies to audit and to integrate the processes. But also we still think it would be useful to have awareness-raising initiatives and to engage stakeholders more strongly. So this is this topic, build, perform. Just to mention two of the many others that are relevant, we have also a topic called Towards a Zero Energy Building Stock, Emission Building Stock, Strengthening the Enabling Framework for Deep Renovation. You see there are three main areas of intervention, from rollout of renovation passports to adapting legal and regulatory framework and improving the coordination between the actors in the supply side of renovation works, which is different than the home renovation topic that we also have, that is more about one-stop shops and integrating not the handicraft people, but more the financing and the auditing and the whole execution of the work. But having said that, home renovation topic was also mentioned, is of course also one-stop shops is a very important topic also linked to EPCs. One more topic that we have called Implementing Sustainable Energy Key Legislation. Call ideas policy. Last year it was open for ED and the Renewable Energy Directive. This year specifically open for EPBD. So if you want to give technical support for policy implementation, you should also look at this topic. But since we have this EPC topic, it would be then maybe more about those areas and aspects that are not covered already by the EPC topics, so minimum energy performance standards, if they come, national building renovation plans, renovation passports, zero emission buildings, infrastructure for sustainable mobility. This is not exhaustive. Whatever is relevant, whatever comes out of EPBD, of course, would be relevant to be addressed. One last thing. This is not a typical live project. Whoops, what's that me? No, that is not me. Can you? What button?
Someone else is taking charge.
It's my last slide. But maybe I can also just talk. So because it's the Building Stock Observatory, we just launched the tender for it on the 1st of July. And I'm not sure you're aware of it. It's the observatory that already exists. Well, which is a stock of buildings data. And if everything goes like it is proposed in the EPBD, it will be also more relevant in the future, because it's proposed that member states will be asked or required or required probably, to transmit their buildings data coming from EPC as well to the Building Stock Observatory. That's part of the EPBD proposal. And we had contracts in the past that has been resting a bit. Now there's a new call. You can apply. The submission date is the 12th of September. And one more, because I would like to show the one more. Voila. There are two main strands of work. Voila. So there are two main strands of work. One is to improve the functionalities of the Building Stock Observatory and to review and streamline the indicators. And the second one is the collection and the aggregation analysis of data. So while the ICT part will be taken over by DigiDigit. So might be relevant for you, maybe as a policy output or maybe as an applicant. So, well, I think that was the end as far as I remember the presentation.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I didn't seem to like the last slide, but thank you very much for an overview of the kind of projects we've had and also what's to come, and particularly organizing it by topic and theme. That's great, and a great compliment to our other two speakers, which takes us to our panel debate. And therefore, I'd invite up the three speakers we just heard from, and ask three others to join them. Rui Fragoso from ADEN, Jaap Hoogeling, and Adrian Joyce. And I'll give you all just a short introduction in a moment. You can sit where you like. And then a reminder that we've got about an hour to take us through to lunch. And we will take questions, so if you have them, I know we've got one pending from the lady earlier. If you're following us online, remember you can send in questions via the YouTube chat channel, and we'll try and take as many of those as we can as well. So to introduce the rest of our panel, whom you haven't met yet. So in the middle, we have Rui Fragoso, head of the projects department at ADEN, the Portuguese energy agency. And as we heard, Portugal's got one of the biggest EPC databases around. He's originally a civil engineer, also with a postgraduate degree in planning and sustainable construction, as well as building acoustics. And he's headed up the buildings department at ADEN for a number of years, and is also the man behind the one-stop shop. We heard one-stop shops being mentioned earlier as one of the ways of taking EPCs forward. So a welcome to you. Then Jaap Hoogeling sat at the end over there. An EPB expert and initiator of the EPB, Energy Performance Buildings Center. Someone who is the expert here on standardization, I understand. So the chairperson of the CEN TC 371 group on energy performance of buildings. Also advises on developing international standards for gauging and monitoring energy performance of buildings, and basically coordinates lots of things in the buildings and standardization space. Welcome to you as well. And finally, next to him, Adrian Joyce, who will be a familiar face to you if you're based in Brussels and work on anything buildings related. Secretary General of EuroACE. Has more than 15 years experience working as an architect, and joined the Architects Council of Europe, ACE, back in the early 2000s, and is today here as Secretary General of EuroACE, and also campaign director for Renovate Europe, which he's been heading up for the last 10 years. So, my only advice to the panel would be try and keep your answers relatively short if you can, so we have a chance to hear from all of you and answer as many questions as possible. And do feel free to indicate to me if you wish to take the floor and either follow up on someone or put a question to another panelist. It doesn't just have to be me asking and you answering. we'll try and make it a discussion. So to open, I thought we'd start by going to those of you who haven't had a chance to contribute yet. And therefore, Rui, maybe we could start with you. So you're with the Portuguese Energy Agency. So in my mind, that puts you in, I guess, more of an implementing role. You're at the receiving end of these EPCs and trying to make them do useful work. Can you, I guess, tell us something about, I mean, everything, what you've heard here today, notably the X-tendo and the U-Cert projects, the increasingly central or important role of EPCs in building legislation. What do you see of use in these projects, and what can make these results, I guess, practically implementable and useful to you in your daily work? If you want to just highlight one or two things.
Thank you, and good morning. Great to be here with all of you, and thanks for the invitation. Well, to keep it short and addressing all the things you mentioned, it's challenging. It's been quite a journey through the last 20 years implementing EPCs in Portugal since the first EPBD. And of course, EPCs have evolved a lot, like we heard from Pau Garcia Audi. At the beginning, we were implementing them as a communication tool, actually, to bring awareness on and improve decisions when choosing a building to be bought or rented. But now they are on a loose side, and they have basically gone in many directions. We have seen EPCs evolved to support many schemes, to support the renovation itself, to support financing, to support inclusion of different dimensions aside from energy, and also to support the real estate market. I would say perhaps there are many challenges still ongoing, but perhaps embedding the EPCs on the financing schemes, also with the new EU taxonomy and the green financing, and also the current concern about ESG, environmental, social, and governance, that different portfolio asset owners have, will definitely push EPCs to a dimension which might be even further. So the X-tendo project, in specifically, we try to look in a lot of features, one of them meaning the financing part, aside also from the role on one-stop shops and many other dimensions. And it's incredible to see what we can do. It's actually putting the EPCs in the middle, like we have seen in the presentation, tackling with many topics, and I'm pretty sure we will address some of them in a second.
Okay, thank you. And just following up on the financing point, so one of the questions I thought of was, what else do you think could happen within the financing sector to further support the use and value of EPCs?
Well, we start getting calls from banks. That was the major challenge, as we've seen that we were starting to be concerned on the role of EPCs. 10 years ago, EPCs were not seen as they are seen now. And we are currently having meetings with the financial sector in order to support them on how they can have access to the information to better characterize their portfolio, because they know they will have some issues having a portfolio that it's not quite efficient. And also the impact on the real estate market is not all real estate market at the moment. It's not just location, like Pau Garcia already mentioned. It's actually starting to be location, insulation. And we have seen that happening from the feedback in certain areas. And so it shows that the energy efficiency and all the things around it are really impacting the real estate market and financing sector. Okay, thank you. Let's turn to Jaap then. So from the standardization perspective, so one of the things we've heard is that the EPCs are, Pau said, are really valuable because they're the only tool that the only legal tool available in every single member state, and that makes them so valuable as a tool. We've also heard there's a lot of divergence currently still in how EPCs are ultimately constructed and put together, and some of these projects are trying to introduce more convergence. Do you, how in your mind have these projects contributed to trying to bring about this convergence? And are there particular aspects you think could be more easily standardized, or other areas where you say, we shouldn't spend too much time on that, we're not going to get anywhere? A comment, from the standardization perspective on how far we can go down that road. What's the most optimal path towards more standardized EPCs?
Thank you for this question. I agree that the diversion in Europe between the member states is a problem also for the financial sector, because how to judge an energy label in Portugal and compare it with an energy label in the Netherlands. And I heard from certain investors in the hospitality sector that they have difficulty to choose the right projects in their market because of that fact. And how does the outcome of this research project and also the U-Cert project and generally the improvement of the standards could contribute to that is supporting tools to help to assess the energy performance of the building in a more reliable way, and to overcome the problem that it is done in a different way in different countries because of the interpretation they like to choose in different countries due to the national stakeholders and the building regulations that are different. And by adding some tools and also to compare it with the operational rating, and that's U-Cert also providing, and also by also providing information under the smart readiness indicator and how we could interact with the grid, we expect that a higher appreciation for the energy performance certificate will become a real situation, especially in the context of the new EPBD, where I see very good, could say, directive in making the certificate more reliable. Because at the current situation, it's very difficult to compare between countries in Europe, but it is also, even in certain countries, very difficult to be sure of the quality assurance in assessing the current labels. And by the advices that are currently in the new EPBD, I expect a higher quality level, and I expect that the role of the standards can be stronger.
Okay, so the revision of the EPBD for you should deliver a better quality control process and more reliable EPCs. And you said, because as you say, I mean, building codes, etc., will continue to differ by country. So what specifically is an example of a supporting tool that can help bring that about?
Well, in U-Cert we produced a tool to access to report on the national annexes, which is a structure in the EPBD standards too difficult to explain in a few minutes. But generally it says, okay, you can use the standards with your own boundary conditions, your own choices of indoor and outdoor climate and other boundary conditions. And if you do so, we can easily see how a certain national procedure taking care of these national choices is implemented in a country, and then you can compare the labels between the countries. And the standards have been developed in such a way that this is already possible, but with the tool we developed in U-Cert, we can support member states to do it in a proper way.
Okay, so in a way it's more having more transparency on what so it's not necessarily each country starting to do exactly the same thing. I guess there's some of that, but it's also having more transparency on what each country is doing that would enable you to compare more easily across countries.
Yeah, and that is also important for the industry, because I hear the complaints from the industry saying, well, this technology is awarded in a different way over the boundary, and that is it is a problem for innovative solutions, but it's also a problem for the industry to market their solutions in an open market. That should be an open market in Europe, but isn't because of those barriers that are artificial.
Yeah, so important, yeah, as you say, I imagine both for technology providers and, as we heard, for financiers as well. So
yeah,
ideally
they're the same, because they have also plans not just for the Netherlands, but throughout Europe. And so it's they want to compare their projects.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Let's turn to Adrian. Adrian then. I guess my opening or an initial question to you would be, I imagine you're following the EPBD revision closely. EPCs are one part of that. And everything, as Paul also said, points towards EPCs taking on they're not the only thing there is, but taking on a more central role in the legislation going forward. So from your perspective, what is most important in next generation EPCs? So as they take on this bigger, more important role, what's most crucial for them to deliver on that?
Thank you, Sonia, and thank you to the projects for inviting me to speak on this panel, and looking forward to a lively discussion. Not being afraid that I've worked more than 20 years in the topic, not worrying about time passing, I wanted to maybe reflect on the old Article 9A of the directive that many in the room will remember, on the attempt to have a voluntary harmonised standard at EU level, because a great deal of the work now is talking about convergence of the methodologies and trying to come to a more harmonised or standardised approach. And I suppose many of us in the room, well, several of us in the room went through that process with the European Commission, and it failed. And it failed at a very late stage. And I think largely because member states themselves didn't want to have a harmonised approach across the EU. And certainly if there was one, they were not going to allow a user to choose the harmonised approach or the national. It was the national and, if you like, the harmonised approach. So this made no sense to people in the market. So you ask, what's the essential thing moving forward? Well, there are many things that I feel are essential, and it's great that the projects have been doing this deep dive over the last 3 years into all the various issues and points of view. One thing that's dear to my heart and those of my members is to increase the coverage of EPCs across the EU, but not just for the sake of being able to say that we have 90% coverage, but in order to gather the valuable data that can be delivered through an EPC process and methodology, including a site visit, and delivering that data into useful, accessible databases for local authorities, national level, cities, businesses to develop strategies and plans to really face up to the renovation challenge that we face in the EU and reap all the benefits from energy renovation. So getting broad coverage, and I'm delighted to see it's been tabled in the Parliament by 2030, is crucially important. And we've put forward an idea for funding that to Heike and her team, which is that the energy efficiency obligation schemes in the Energy Efficiency Directive allows for funds to be established by obliged parties. Why not use those funds to send out assessors into every building street by street and do the whole of Europe by 2030? It's definitely possible. And it wouldn't be a high cost in terms of the investment cost needed for renovating the buildings across all of the EU. But it's only worth doing if the data that's gathered is then accessible for all of the reasons that I put forward. So that maybe is enough for a starter, Sonia. There's much more to say, but I know you have many questions that you'll kick back at us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and a good reminder too of the historical context, and this isn't a new initiative in that sense. One follow-up question that does come to mind is we're currently obviously in an entirely new energy context to some extent, and I guess there's a long way between global energy markets, the war in Ukraine, net zero, pandemic, but we're in a different world to where we were, well, even a year ago. How do you see something I guess the Energy Performance of Building Directive, that's more obvious, but also EPCs. And when Heike is talking us through all of these amendments that have come in. So, for example, what you said, it's important for you that all buildings would have an EPC by 2030. Is there a way of tying that to the current landscape and context, and an argument to be made that makes also member states more interested in a requirement like that?
The only thing that comes straight to mind is that if we can roll out the EPCs and the information that they contain very broadly, very quickly, then we would dramatically raise the awareness of people who are building owners to the impact that their ownership is having on the questions of energy use and energy security. And maybe, but I've been around long enough to only say maybe, that would have some kind of beneficial impact on increasing the desire of building owners to ask for renovation. If the certificates are delivered in a way that's the key information is very simply presented and very accessible to the building owners, maybe it might give a kind of a eureka moment. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize that I could so easily improve the performance of my building and therefore reduce the number of units of energy I have to buy at this extraordinarily high price. And maybe it would do that, but it would have to be done very, very rapidly, because it's this coming winter and the second winter that's the real challenge for the European Union, and one on which I reflect frequently with much emotion and sadness because of the impact it's going to have on people's lives right across the EU.
Yeah, that's a good point. Heike, if I come back to you, and picking up maybe also on I'm thinking the changed political context. So you're here, I guess, as the most political, representing the most political institution in a way. How do you see this affecting member states' appetite for enhanced EPCs and a stronger EPBD? And as I suggested earlier, if you can give us any flavor of amongst these more than 1,000 amendments that have come in, which ones you see as potentially great, most people are definitely going to support this, and others where you see there's going to be a need for more discussion.
Okay, I think if we look in the discussions between the Council and the Parliament is definitely more in line with what the Commission has proposed. So there is a clear understanding that we need to raise the ambition level. There's also a wish to do this in a more harmonized way and to regulate that from a European perspective, supported by a majority of groups, I would say. In Council, the current discussions seem to indicate that member states think they do it best in their member state and as they do it now. So I think we'll have to do a lot of work convincing them what are the benefits of having a common approach. I mean, some have already underlined that, especially for financing renovations, for the financial actors, and this makes so much more sense to have a harmonized approach, but there are definitely other benefits as well. So I think this will be one of the discussions that we'll be having with Council. Then related to the general context and the new geopolitical situation, I think there is a general awareness that we need to put the buildings more in focus, that we need to have more renovations, and here the EPCs really have a key role. So we have, I mean, I can just talk from my private surroundings. A lot of people saying, oh, you work on energy, should I install a PV panel? So a lot of people approaching me and now having very much in their mind to replace their gas or oil heating with PV. This is definitely good, but maybe for their building, for their apartment, for their home, it might be better to actually insulate the roof, and that would already help a lot. So I think the EPCs is our guiding tool to show what is the next renovation step, what would really help best, and that's why we'll have to strike the right balance between integrating as much as possible information and indicators there while keeping it accessible to those who actually use them, so the building owners and other actors.
Okay. And specifically, just a quick follow-up, this idea of all buildings having certificates or EPCs by 2030. If we put aside the council for a moment, but within Parliament, is that something most political groups would support, could support? Do you have a sense of that?
Well, I think it's really too early to say that. For now, this amendment has been proposed by at least 2 political groups, so it's definitely on the table for discussions. I think there's definitely also an understanding why it's useful to have more coverage with EPCs. And I think we'll have to find a common understanding what is the best tool, because some amendments also indicate there should be more energy audits, there should be obligatory building renovation passports. So I think we'll definitely have a discussion what is the best tool. I think we understand from these projects, from this room, that they see the energy performance certificate as the central tool. But yeah, we also heard that there are databases, digital logbooks, building renovation passports. So I think this is a discussion that we'll have in September and October among political groups, and then we'll decide. But yeah, general awareness of more data is needed to better target interventions, to better raise awareness and inform. I think that's a shared goal.
Okay, so the concept, I guess, or the thinking behind the EPCs is shared, that there's a need for better and more information, ideally more standardized across the EU, but the tool, which tools are primary in communicating that is up for discussion. Pau, I wanted to come back to you, because you also, obviously you're part of this room, but you also positioned the EPCs as potentially a very central tool. To what extent do you think it is the EPCs and the assessment methods that underlie them that could become the guiding framework to drive a transformation of the buildings market? Because indeed we've got them, we've got building passports, energy audits, logbooks, we've got lots of different things. So if you could say a little bit more about your vision for the EPCs in the broader context going forward.
Well, they have 2 main roles, I would say. The first one is the original one, meaning it's usually the first indication that somebody would have about the performance of the building. So for most people, apart from people in this room, which we are aware of energy efficiency in buildings, it's not necessarily something that comes straight to mind. So for normal people, it's the first information that they get. It's not only the first information that they get with regards to what's the performance of my building, but it's also what can I do to my building. And it can also be a very powerful tool then to put them in touch with which additional tools, additional information, additional finance that you can have, put them in contact with a one-stop shop. Here in Brussels, there is a very good one, HomeGrade. I'm not sure if it qualifies as a one-stop shop fully, but it's a very, very good service in any case. So it can inform people, it can provide the first steps. Then it can also be a driver for renovation if linked with with minimum energy performance standards. So if there is an obligation to renovate the worst performing building stock, and this is clearly identified through EPC labels, then that mobilizes the public, in the sense that the public knows, okay, I have a bad building, I will need to do something by that day. In a similar way to, for example, now here in Brussels we have the car emissions, so you know that if you have a car from a certain age, you will need to change it by then because it's too contaminant. So it triggers that way of thinking. It triggers the real estate market and the financial sector. So it can work. It can work both as an information tool and a triggering tool for renovation. So in that sense, it's got a very important role. And then, as highlighted by Adrian, there is the data aspect. So it can provide a very clear information on where are we going with the building stock, which areas do we need to improve, where are the gaps. Where can we act on?
Okay. Ulrika, I wanted to come back to you then from the project perspective, ultimately the reason we're also gathered here today. I guess going forward, so we've heard that these X-tendo and U-Cert in particular work closely together. Do you, I guess, see will you actively, is there an active effort to try and put together groups of projects and try and facilitate synergies between projects? And is there anything else that you think can be done as someone who's been involved in lots of these projects to get these results used and applied and built upon in the real world?
First of all, I'm very grateful that these projects themselves made the effort to cluster and coordinate themselves. A part of that, we've always made an effort really to group sister projects or to give a platform as contractors meeting, to get to know each other and to explore the synergies. Now there's a kind of, I don't know if it's awkward, but just systematically the EPC projects and projects on buildings have been a bit split across two programs, which makes it a bit more difficult in the future. But indeed, there is the attempt, or there is the thinking that we will have to make another effort to cluster those projects. And as I said, I'm very grateful that the projects themselves already made that effort. And I think you see this is a very good example how well they do, that they make the most of it. But be assured that we are already thinking about also gathering better, coordinating better. I don't know what the structure will be for the moment. There's not a fixed idea about it, but also how to make sure that we don't have a horizon part and a life part, falling apart. Because in the end, you can also not split. I mean, horizon would be more research and demonstration and innovation, while life would be more market uptake and policy implementation. But de facto, you cannot split it. De facto is all interlinked. And if we talk about data, of course we need the digitalization that is more than demonstrated and piloted in the innovation actions. But how can the projects that have to make use of it to gather data methodologies and to promote these, how can they live without these innovative technologies? So it doesn't make sense to have these apart. They have to be combined. We have started thinking about it, but just bear a bit with us because it's recent that we have this new. It's a completely new sub-program. This Life Energy. So SET means Clean Energy Transition Program. So we have to find our way. But the thinking is there, the awareness is there, the consciousness for this is there. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Let's go to some questions from people other than myself then. I've seen one that's come in online. I know we have one from a Romanian representative there. Is there anyone else with a question at this point, just to get an idea? Okay, we'll start with your question, then we'll move to the gentleman. We'll take maybe both at the same time. So the question that we had earlier was the idea of introducing an EPC, that the EPBD should already make it mandatory to have some kind of a basic EPC at the design stage of building, rather than only introducing it later on once the building's there and fully built. Who wants to comment on? Okay, Adrian, and then Ru, and then Adrian.
Well, I think the suggestions from Emily, it's a great idea, and it's good to see that some member states have already implemented that, having EPCs at the design phase specifically, so validating what will be the expected performance of the building, still in the design plans, and then at the end of the construction to validate, because sometimes or most of the times there are changes during construction. So this is not new. Of course, it's not mandatory from the EPBD to have it, but in many areas, member states have already seen that as a positive, and they have implemented that. For example, in Portugal, we have that since 2006 as preliminary EPC for the design phase on plans, and other member states also have it. So it's an idea that is expanding, fortunately.
But it should be in the EPBD, so all member states would apply, because otherwise some people
I'm pretty sure that the Commission is taking good note of
it shouldn't be voluntary, to member states to have it or not. It should be in the EPBD, so every member states would have such a preliminary EPC for the new buildings, because the expectations are too high, and most of the developers, especially the small ones, try to avoid, these high expectancies regarding the energy performance, and go around. What can you do at the commissioning stage? Nothing. you cannot demolish the building. So it should be in the PBD, so all member states would implement it, at the design level.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Adrian, and then we can come to maybe to Paul, potentially Heike. Yeah.
Having a preliminary EPC at the design stage, and speaking as an ex-practicing architect, is definitely a very good idea. And it makes me think of the Australian system known as Neighbours for commercial buildings, where they have a rating system called Neighbours for commercial buildings based on real consumption. And it has had a huge impact on the marketability and value of commercial property, such that design teams target a certain rating during the design phase, and they declare what that rating will be publicly before the building is constructed. And then when it's constructed, they usually find, and here we disagree, they usually find that they've not quite achieved the rating, and it takes 1 or 2 years of operating the building to balance everything, to understand the patterns of use and occupancy, and then they finally get to the rating. So if you have a preliminary rating during the design phase, I don't think it should be at the commissioning phase that you then reissue the EPC definitively for the building, but rather 1 or maybe 2 years later, when 2 things have happened. The building has dried out completely, and the systems in the building are properly balanced and working in harmony together and have been seasonally adjusted. So you have a real idea of whether the systems put into the design are functioning as intended. So it's a little more subtle than you've put, but we agree on the basis, which is that it's a great idea. Now, whether member states would accept this to be an obligatory burden on project teams, I'm very doubtful. So I'm not in favor right off the bat of making it mandatory in the directive, but I'd be interested in other panelists' views on how member states would react. And a number of member states, I think Ireland has done it too, have design stage EPCs that are used. But I wouldn't be running down with the complexity of what we're dealing with in the directive to add this additional requirement at this stage. So I don't know what Pao would think, or Heike.
I can follow if you want.
Yeah, okay. But then?
No, go ahead.
Okay, well, you will then correct me, because as far as I understand, there is, because as of a certain date, we still have to negotiate on the date. All buildings that are newly built must be zero-emission buildings, and all zero-emission buildings are in energy class A. So that's my understanding. So for me, everyone who, as of a certain date, commissions, designs a new building, needs to design it as a zero-emission building, which is then A.
So I'll start by saying that designing a building without knowing what the final performance is going to be, it's a bit of a recipe for a disaster. It can be very dangerous, and then you can easily end up with a building that would not comply with the building regulations in place in the member state. So it wouldn't comply at the moment with the nearly zero energy building levels. And then what? Do we demolish it? Do we issue fines? So there needs to be a strong penalty or strong enforcement system. I hear what Adrian says about it's a little bit delicate, amongst other things, because member states are very reluctant to adopt obligations, even if they are doing them themselves. So even if they have it in place in the regulations, they don't like it when we include them in the PBD. I know it sounds a bit strange, but it actually makes sense. So I think it definitely should be something coming from the industry itself. During the design process, you should provide the EPC and then make sure during the commissioning stage that indeed the design that you had originally envisaged, how has it changed? Because things change during the construction process. There's always a small adjustment. So it's important to see where things have gone. And I like very much the idea of Adrian of a long-term commissioning process, because indeed you commission things on the first day, but then a year or two later, when you have learned how the building operates and how it actually reacts to the users and everything, buildings are a little bit dynamic in this sense. It's good to look at the building again and see, okay, what can I do about it?
May I say?
Very small, yeah. And then we're going to go to the gentleman who had a question back there.
Just very short. Monitoring is totally different. EPC does not include user behavior necessarily, so it's different monitoring and see if it complies with the design evaluation. So I stop.
Thank you.
Hi, so I will put up the next challenge. Maarten de Grote from Vito Energyville. I would like to make the connection to the minimum energy performance standards and linking it to EPCs. I think politically it's a very courageous decision. I think the challenges we sent for built environment ask for drastic decisions. I do think we have to be aware of the risks. If you set temporary or mediocre mandatory EPC levels, there's a very high risk for lock-in effect. We did a modelization exercise for Flemish energy building stock, Flemish building stock, and we noticed that every building will basically go to installing PV, condensing boilers, cavity wall insulation, but actually the entire decarbonization of the heating system, switching to heat pumps or district heating, is not being pushed by mediocre EPCs as a kind of a requirement. So I think the linking to the renovation roadmap is crucial, that every step that you take is a really direction of the 2050 or even 2030 target. So I do think there is a high risk in setting C, D, or E levels as mandatory obligations.
Okay, so your point is that if you're requiring a building to, say, move from G to F or F to E, the solution they go for is not going to be, well, it's going to, for example, replace your gas boiler with a more efficient gas boiler, but it wouldn't mean replacing it with a heat pump. So there's not a sufficiently long-term net zero perspective in those decisions. Yeah, Adrian.
Thanks, Martin. I like this point because let's go back to basics. I think it's a good idea that the MEPS requirement is based on EPCs. And then after we agree, if we can all agree together that that's a good idea, then there's two things to talk about. What are the number of steps increase in class you should require in a MEPS? And the second thing is whether or not we should rescale and when we should rescale, which is in the proposal. So on the first point, we totally agree that it's not worthwhile moving one or two classes. You must make a proper jump at the opportunity when you're actually working on a building. And for that reason, our proposal has been to go straight to C with all the F and G buildings, so that in 2033, we can take all the D and E buildings and jump them to B. And then you only go back at all D, E, F, and G buildings once between now and 2040, let's say. And that's much more socially acceptable than asking people to keep going back at their building time and time again under a mandatory regime. So this, we think, is a strong argument. The second point on the rescaling, the proposal in the directive is to call all G buildings to be the 15% worst performing buildings, but we don't have the data to know what the 15% worst performing are, and all A to be ZEB. But I'm a bit sensitive to the project's view that A should be ZEB plus and B should be ZEB, because there will be lots of buildings that will go beyond ZEB in the future. So I'm a bit personally open to that idea. But I'm worried that if we don't have the rescaling before the transposition of the directive, this will be a disincentive to member states to put in programs today for G and F buildings, because they will say, if we now renovate all our G buildings today, suddenly in 2025 or 26 or 27, when they bring it in, we're going to have 15% of G buildings again, and we've got to go back at them all over again. And I don't think that's going to be a good idea. So the rescaling, yes, but do it as early as possible, even during the transposition period, before the requirement becomes live on the transposition date. So these are my reflections, Martin, on your question.
Yeah, Rory?
Just to pick up on the rescaling, of course, it's a hot topic being discussed right now. But I think more or less we are already in the right direction. We have already 70% of the EPC schemes in Europe based on A to G. And additional ones have subdivisions. meaning AA plus, that can be easily more or less aggregated into A, and etc. Using an A to G label, which is commonly, widely known, it's actually the second most known symbol in the whole Europe, next to the euro sign. So in terms of communication, it might be also relevant. Of course, the other issues might be how to distribute the impact of the 15%, but I think that's a personal opinion. Going into an A to G could be a good approach in order to promote this harmonization. The key issue here is actually to put people reading EPCs. I remember 3 years ago when we evaluated how many EPCs we had. At the moment, we had 60 million EPCs in the EU. Now it might be 70, 80. The question is, how many of those has actually been read? And I remember by Adrian mentioning also the homeowners. I remember when we done a survey with to rescale and change our EPC schemes with a focus group with homeowners with and without EPCs. And the one with EPCs, we made them read EPCs, and at the end, some of them said, damn, this is actually good information about my home. I have an EPC in the shelf and I have never read it. So actually putting the information in front of people, digitalizing it, embedding that in a one-stop shop, which is a much more easy way to access information and actually put it in a way that people can easily go on smartphones, web or whatever, to pick the information. It might be interesting. That was one of the drivers to implement a one-stop shop in Portugal based as a front hand for the EPC schemes. And that will be the first step into action to people to start renovating.
Stefan? Yeah.
Yeah, Stefan Thomas from the Wuppertal Institute. I'm the coordinator of the sister project called EPC. And I'd also like to come back to the suggestion from the European Parliament that all buildings, or let's say all inefficient buildings, should have, all buildings that are not yet deeply renovated should have an EPC by 2030. For the MEPS, it would probably be more conducive to have building renovation passports, because they have the stage renovation, which would be a means to avoid the lock-in effects also. The question is, could it also be to require that either a good quality EPC or a renovation passport should be provided for each building by 2030. Then the quality of the EPCs, I mean, we heard that there's many mediocre EPCs, so should the EPBD not require that the number and the ambition of the renovation recommendations on the EPCs should be consistent with deep renovation? That's my question regarding that.
Yeah.
But as far as I understand that a building renovation passport is an extension of the EPC. So you have your energy label, and actually what you do is based on, I hope, the asset rating, the operational rating, the building use, you declare a certain range of measures you can take to improve the building. And that passport should be, of course, direct, accessible for the building owner in an easy way. As I agree with you, not a piece of paper, because that can be lost. You should just go to internet and find your building passport, and there you can decide also, given the actuality of energy saving measures, that certain behavior aspects can also be highlighted. So in a building passport, you can also say, okay, if you lower your set points in certain parts of your building, you can save that and that much. So that you can already know, as a simple user of a building who is not an expert, what to do if you want to save some money in the coming years. So it could be a very strong tool if we really take it very seriously.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, no. With regards to the EPC and the building renovation passport, indeed, the building renovation passport is supposed to be super EPC, let's say. It goes beyond what an EPC is meant to do, which is, in principle, just provide a rough idea, an accurate idea, but not super detailed, let's say. So yes, indeed, it's meant to provide information and the measures that you need to carry out in order to bring a building all the way to zero emission building levels. So in that regard, that's the purpose of the building renovation passport. The measures in the EPC, they should contribute to bringing a building up to nearly zero energy building level. I think that's the warning at the moment in the 2018 version of the PBD. But they are also meant to provide what we would call low-cost measures to building owners. So, for example, measures about putting thermostats in radiators, measures about integrating controls in the heating system, something that is quite simple but actually has a very good payback period. So the EPC unfortunately has to try and do a bit of everything. So I like the idea of introducing the building renovation passport, which is a very detailed and much more specific document to bring the building up to zero emission, building level. And I fully agree on the issue that we need to make sure that EPCs are of good quality. We cannot have mediocre EPCs anymore.
Okay, Rui, and then Heike.
Just a quick remark. One of the things I'd like to see in the future EPBD is actually a more and clearer explanation on the role of improvement measures in EPCs and the improvement measures on building renovation passports. Pau just explained them. But typically EPCs, perhaps 90% are issued for buildings being sold or rented, meaning improvement measures being done by the person that is not the one that's going to use the building. And building renovation passports are very user-centric, very building-centric, and so they must be very tailored for that specific person, that specific family, that specific building, and etc. And sometimes those kind of improvement measures on EPCs and building renovation passports might even be different. Perhaps a clear explanation on how to link them to documents issued for different purposes, awareness, communication, and perhaps the other one for financing and supporting decarbonization and etc. would be interesting to see in the PBT.
Okay, Heike?
Thank you. As both questions also spoke about deep renovations and how possibly actually, incite that more renovations are deep renovations, I just wanted to share the reflections that we had on how to make sure there are more deep renovations. So one is relating to financing, so that the highest tranche of co-financing or grant or any kind of mortgage from a bank should always be reserved for deep renovations. So that's one idea. And the other one is really about information and making people aware. Of course, we cannot mandate probably them to go to a deep renovation, but if you have good one-stop shops in place, if you have tools like the building renovation passport in place and can really explain, you touch this building only once, this is what you can achieve, this is maybe the costs that you pay as compared to a renovation that you carry out in steps. That's hopefully something that can also then convince people. So there are probably other ideas from colleagues here or from you, but these are the two reflections that we currently had on that.
Okay, yeah, Ulrike, go ahead, and then we'll round up with a couple of questions that came in online.
I'll be quick. I just want to pick up on this financing issue because indeed, and that's coming out of projects, but that's also what we can anyway observe is that that banks are looking into this, that there are these studies showing, as you I think said, that non-energy efficient buildings are linked to risk, maybe be it because it's the type of owners, but maybe it's because people are paying awful bills, and that will of course be increase in the future with the increasing energy prices. So there are many hints, and there's a lot of action also on the project side, tackling exactly that, how to mainstream financial instruments and schemes, and as you say, that they should probably be more focused on deep renovation, not on the easy, low-hanging things. So there's evidence coming from our financing projects, from our work on financial stuff, that will certainly give a completely new momentum also to EPCs that are not a communication tool anymore. We discussed this, but more than that, when the moment it's linked to money, then it becomes more relevant to the people, to the owners.
Okay, thank you. So we're coming up to 1 o'clock, so I just wanted to give you a flavor, I suppose, the questions that have come in online, and maybe give you a chance, if you feel it's relevant for you to respond, then we'll do that in the last couple of minutes. A number of questions, a few of them from the same person, Charles Youssef. I don't know which organization, but he may follow up with you bilaterally if we don't get around to answering everything. A question over going back to the U-Cert and X-tendo projects. Next generation EPCs will be accounting for other parameters like smartness indicator, indoor air quality, etc. To what extent do U-Cert and X-tendo address these requirements? I think they have looked into this specifically, but that's we will hear more about these projects in the second half of today too. So that's one question. Same person, a question on the cost effectiveness of energy efficiency. That depends on the energy costs, which are changing all the time. So he's saying that doesn't provide a sustainable pathway for renovation. Can anyone comment on that? So I guess you want to jump in quickly on that one?
Thank you. I think about cost effectiveness a lot. I think we have to go beyond cost effectiveness in today's society because there are other factors, the multiple benefits that arise from undertaking renovation that far outweigh a short-term economic perspective. And I think, and I would hope that politicians and decision takers will also see that it's no longer the simple calculation on a sheet of paper. These are people's lives we're talking about. It's our energy security, it's the future of our industries that's at stake because we still haven't achieved energy savings in 20 years of this directive. I think it's a wake-up call, so cost effectiveness, in my view, shouldn't be a factor anymore.
Okay. And I suppose two more general questions around EPCs. Nelson Brito is saying, in 20 years, EPCs have failed to deliver European levels measurable results. Why not an alternative route for historic buildings or communities to make 21st century use of sustainable knowledge? And a similar question, what is the use of having an EPC if no requirements are made to make use of their recommendations? This has been the case over the past 10 years. So I think those are both more questions around the role of EPCs going forward. I think we've heard the EPBD does intend to address this. Is there anyone who wants to make a further comment on either of those more general queries over EPCs and their value?
I would say to start with, I strongly disagree with the first statement. In many aspects, I think EPCs have made a massive difference. I think so. We demonstrated in impact assessment several times. So, sorry, could you repeat the second question?
The second question was: you're not required to make use of the recommendations in an EPC. So, yeah, there's a limit to their value add.
Yeah, no, and that goes back to the role of the EPC as an information tool, particularly in the beginning of the EPC. It's the same case actually for inspection reports. Particularly for those member states that have inspection schemes. You have an inspections, they can identify energy improvement measures, but then it's really up to the building owner to put them in place or not. And the EPBD has always been very careful about these kind of obligations because this is impinging on property rights and on people's homes. So there has always been a strong cautiousness on how to approach these. With the introduction of minimum energy performance standards, this is really the first time that there is a direct obligation on renovation. So there is a trigger point. So there is no requirement to, at least in the proposal of the EPBD, to put in place the recommendations of the EPCs. But if your EPC is an F of G, there is a very clear requirement for you to do something about that building.
Yeah. So it's
hopefully as much as you can.
So it's the minimum performance standards that basically force you to do something with those recommendations if you have a poor performing building.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. And let's finish with this one. A final question. Is there a risk of regional class definitions which are less stringent if the reference building has higher energy demand? Yeah. That's our final one then.
Well, could you repeat the first part of the question? Because
is there a risk of regional class definitions. So I guess regionally you have different definitions for what, which are less stringent if the reference building has higher energy demand. So if you're imposing a requirement, I guess, in percentage terms to improve your efficiency, for example, you're going to have to do less if you're starting with a very inefficient building stock versus somewhere that is already more efficient.
Yes, yes, of course, and that's the reason why there is also in one of the EPBD standards advice about how to assess the medium of the classes. So it's not that if you have a very poor building stock in your country, of course the ABC and the classes have the tendency to be lower as in other countries, but there is a clear way to report about this in one of the EPBD standards, and I think it is also in the EPBD it is assessed, addressed in this way to avoid this effect. So I don't see is the problem, and I want to add also. I hear around this table and in the questions some negative tendency about the level of implementation of the EPBD. But if I travel around in the world, which I do for ISO and other international organizations, we should be a little bit more proud on our policy in the EU. And the level we implemented. Of course, it is not ideal, but if we see what we reached and in 20 years' time, because 20 years ago there was nothing, and now there is a system, and there are many countries. Of course, we can criticize sometimes the quality level, but many countries who are really doing something about it. And if we didn't have an energy performance building directive, I'm afraid nothing should be done. So we should be a little bit more proud on our policymakers.
I don't think that it's going to be a problem, the risk raising the question, because with this MAPS approach, even though if you have a dynamic reference building, meaning that you can have a 500 kilowatt square meter or 1,000 kilowatt square meter as a G, it doesn't matter. You've got to be put it in a G. Those 15% are going to be put it in a G, and you have to refurbish those in order to increase. So even though you have a static number, it's going to be on the left side bag named G, and you're going to have to improve it. So that risk basically gets it disappears.
Yeah. So regional differences, but it's not. Yeah, it's not a problem basically. There's more questions have come in online. We're not going to have time for more because we need to break for lunch, and those of you following online presumably also want to stop and eat something. I would conclude maybe by echoing what Jaap said. We ran an article on Energy Monitor just a few months ago pointing out that there's no universal standard for buildings. And what I learned from that, what the journalist wrote, is that in the US, for example, almost all transactions when you buy a home, almost all residential real estate transactions, you have no idea what the energy performance of the building you're buying is. So you're buying a new home, having no idea what your energy bills will be. There's only a couple of states in the US that actually require that. So indeed, Europe is moving ahead. There's still a lot to do, but yeah, there's a lot in place already. And a big round of applause for our panel. And thank you to you all for your questions and participation. And the only thing I would say then on a practical note, so we're going to restart at 2 o'clock. And that's with a series of poster sessions. So you're going to be split into 3 groups. Your badge should have a number on it, 1, 2, or 3. The idea is that we've got an hour for the poster session so that you can spend roughly 20 minutes at each session. And we're splitting you just because there's too many of you to gather around one poster. So if you're number 1, you're starting with the comfort and indoor environmental quality poster, which is the one here. So you come back here basically, and you'll spend 20 minutes or so there. Obviously, you can drop out earlier if there's something else that interests you more, but that's sort of the approximate plan. If you're a number 2, you're starting out with real energy consumption, and that's out in the lobby. And finally, if you're number 3, you're starting out with data handling and convergent evolution of assessment methods, which is also in this room on the other side, so to my right and your left. And that's it at 2 o'clock, and that will take an hour. And after that, we'll reconvene in here for the final part of today. Thanks very much, and enjoy lunch. Could everyone take their seats, please? We're going to resume with the final part of today in a moment. Thank you to the poster presenters. Andre, maybe a question to you. Are the posters available online in some format, also for people who are... They are also on YouTube in the comments. Okay, so if... Okay, so we've just had, for those of you following us online, we've just had an hour where we've rotated in a series of different posters, so highlighting differing aspects of U-Cert and X-tendo. So those posters are available in the comments section of the YouTube channel you're watching us on, and they will be distributed afterwards as well. So you will have access to those. It felt like there wasn't enough time to pursue all the discussions the poster presentations triggered. I hope everyone at least got a flavor of some of some of the specifics of the research that went on in U-Cert and X-tendo, and I'd encourage you to follow up with the online materials and obviously with the people behind those posters as well after today's event. We had to finish that discussion to be able to move on to the final part of this afternoon. And what we're doing now is picking up really, going into a little bit more detail. So for all of you on what U-Cert, X-tendo and Quell DPC, so the third project that really forms part of this trio, have been looking into, followed by a collection of insights from a new series of projects that these original three have spawned and that are kicking off as we speak, and that will serve to take EPCs through to create the next generation of EPCs. That's the idea. So to introduce the sister projects of the next gen EPCs cluster, I'd like to invite Andre. There you are. Andre to come up here. Andre Litiu, I hope a familiar face to many of you as one of our hosts today, a building services engineer with long experience in installing technical building systems, but also experience of the political dimension from involvement here in Brussels, and currently building performance advisor at REVA here in Brussels. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you still have some energy left. If you didn't have a coffee or what other means you use to recharge, then just take some deep breaths. That always helps, and stand up straight in the power pose. So the sister projects, a few supporting slide decks. I'm actually wearing two hats most of the time, REVA and the EPB Center. So here you have them. This is the family that we have been successful to bring together. It actually started with a phone call with a colleague here in the room between U-Cert and X-tendo. Then Quell DPC joined in the discussion. That was in 2019 when this project started. And then it just evolved organically. And we are now 11 ongoing projects. You can see them here on the screen. We organized a lot of events together, and we also had internal exchanges and even participated in dedicated consultations with the European Commission last year when the EPBD revision was still at the Commission level. And basically our main aim, as you can see there on the top, is to go farther together as opposed to fast alone. We are talking about convergence, coherence. You've heard this a lot in the morning. And if we don't walk the talk, then who should start doing that? we are a mixture of projects, so CSA, coordination and support actions, that started first, then a batch of innovation actions, again CSAs, and 2 additional projects are joining the family this year. So you can expect the cluster to live on. And it's really great that we have here today, not the entire family, but we have 9 family members that could make it to this physical event that has also live streaming thanks to Build Up Portal. Just cherry-picked examples. Last year we organized an event together at Sustainable Places. It was a real success because we had a precursor session where we had not only the European Commission and the agencies responsible for these projects speaking, but also member states. And the main scope for that event was how does energy performance certification process and certificates link to the SRI? What's the overlap? What are the synergies? So we really paved in a way the pathway of a lot of things that are unfolding now. And we will have a subsequent event in the same venue at Sustainable Places later this year, in the beginning of autumn, in September. And this year we will focus on measured building performance and operational rating, because also there, as usual, there is a lack of coherence and convergence, and we are here to support with that. Another example, at Sustainable Energy Week, we had a more general topic, how EPCs are supporting the overall energy transition, which you would expect at such a high-level policy conference. And this year we slightly changed target audience, and we will have an event which is looking more at the people, the users, and how EPCs can help them make better decisions. And it will be within the Climate Alliance International Conference. So there we will mostly be addressing local authorities, because they need to know how to better design the next generation EPC so that it serves those that should gain and draw all the benefits from them. That's it from my side. If we are not already connected, let's connect. There are always synergies to explore, and I'm looking forward for the networking cocktail. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andre. So what we're going to do now is hear something more about the 3 original projects, if you like, and then we'll hear from the newer projects. And first up, I'd like to welcome Stefan Thomas, director at the Wuppertal Institute, a think tank in Germany, where he heads up the Energy, Transport and Climate Policy Division. Has done so for the last 20 years and has been with the Institute even longer. And energy efficiency is his primary area of expertise. And he's here as coordinator of the Qual-D EPC project.
Thank you, Sonia, for the introduction. And thank you also, of course, for the sister projects for inviting me today. It's a pleasure. And so, how do I move? Yeah, okay. You can verify it's me. So I'd like to give you a brief introduction to Qual-DPC's results to simulate the debate. Qual-DPC stands for High Quality Energy Performance Assessment and Certification in Europe, Accelerating Deep Energy Renovation. So our special focus is the link of the EPCs to deep energy renovation, which is also reflected in the acronym. We are coordinating it, and we have partners from 7 countries, Bulgaria, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Latvia, Spain, and Sweden, implementing the projects, developments, and tools in these 7 countries. And we have Fedaren here from Belgium, to support us in the dissemination and dialogue at the EU level, and also to its own members. Here you can see the list of the partners. Other than the 2 other projects, we did not specify what we want to develop during the proposal stage, but we started with a very long list of almost 50 potential improvements to EPCs and EPC schemes. And in the first phase, we analyzed good practice. We had a first round of dialogue, and as a result, we identified these 7 priorities for our development and dialogue and implementation work. And the first 3 are related to linking EPCs to deep energy renovation. Of course, the first step is to make the recommendations that have to be provided on the EPCs more consistent with deep energy renovation. And for that, we even came up with a proposal for defining what is deep energy renovation, which was not the case at the time, not existing. Then we developed a master for an online tool based on a existing Greek tool, by which building owners can get a first opinion and test of potential improvements to their building, and also compare that to the recommendations on the EPCs. And this is implemented in the 7 countries. Then we developed the concept of deep renovation network platforms, which is a combination of the one-stop shop concept focusing to consumers or building owners, and a networking of the supply side actors and joint outreach to the potential customers. Then number D is aiming to improve the quality of the assessment, but also of the recommendations by, it's a policy proposal to have mandatory, regular, either training or examination of the assessors to be listed in the national database. Then also we looked at the EPC template and forms in our 7 states and beyond, and developed a proposal for an enhanced template form, and I will speak a bit about that here. And the last 2 are about the use of the EPC data in advertisements for buildings that are for rent or for sale, which is required by law, but followed to a different level in the different member states. So we try to improve that either by a policy proposal to have advertising guidelines to be used by the building owners, and then further actions about the monitoring of the compliance and improving the compliance. So our enhanced template, what are main features? On the first page already, the user shall see what improved energy performance level and energy class can be achieved by implementing what we call the main option. It's a recommended combination of renovation actions that would lead to deeper energy renovation. And also what is absolute savings potential in kilowatt hours per year, or also in the greenhouse gas emissions reductions. Then on page 2, for the assessment of the building envelope and technical system, we suggested a traffic light rating system. Green obviously the most efficient, and red the worst efficient. So at one glimpse, the user can see which component of the building envelope and the technical systems is efficient or not. And the same rating to be used for presenting the renovation recommendations on page 3, along with the necessary technical detail. And obviously the level to be aimed for in the recommendations should be green then. Green being consistent with the deep energy renovation. Yeah, this is then the recommendation should be taken from the specifications that we suggested under our priority A for 15 areas of recommendations. Yeah, then the 4th page has a description of useful combinations and stepwise implementation of the renovation recommendations, both in the main options and option and beyond, which goes into the direction, let's say, of a renovation passport with this roadmap for staged deep renovation. It can also include any requirements that the building should fulfill according to national legislation, whether that is being met here in the green bar in the middle. And at the end, also a link to an official national platform for more information, for instance, about funding schemes or, could be the concept of the deep renovation network platform that we developed. We also tested this improved enhanced template in 98 buildings in the 7 countries, both residential and non-residential, and found, did both a standard EPC of the national version and the adapted enhanced EPC. And we found that alone the setup of the form led to more recommendations being suggested to the building owner, except for Bulgaria and Latvia, where the EPC is already based on a full energy audit. And similar for the energy savings potential, which was identified to be slightly more than 50% on average using our template. And again, often higher than in standard EPCs. So yeah, that was my very brief introduction to our results. We will probably by end of this month publish both the guidebook with all the technical detail of our tools and policy proposals, and conclusive policy recommendations guide both for EU level and the national level, what could be improved in different legislation. And for the EU level, we just published yesterday on our website under information material a summary of our suggestions for further improving the EPBD recast. So yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that. So Stefan will be around for questions as part of the debate once we've heard from all the projects. And a reminder that you can obviously ask questions if you're here, or you can do so via the YouTube chat channel. Our second project then, X-tendo, is being presented now by Sheikh Zuhaib, who's a project manager at the Building Performance Institute for Energy. He's an architect. And, well, his expertise is, unsurprisingly, in renovation and decarbonization. And he's got a PhD in developing deep retrofit decision-making support for achieving zero energy buildings with enhanced comfort. And you'll recognize him from the poster session just there, talking about comfort. Over to you.
Thanks, Sonia, for the introduction. I'm happy to be here, and thanks to you all. So I'll briefly mention to you our conclusions and recommendations from X-tendo project. In the morning session, Ina introduced you about X-tendo, what its objectives are, and we developed 10 really detailed features in this project, which was a very extensive work and an excellent output from all the partners. So I commend to all of you who've been involved and supported the project, indeed, as a closure for this project that we did. I'll first would like to just give a brief show to you about the investigations and outcomes that we received. It was a very incredible work in the sense that we looked at EPCs from different perspectives, and it was very important from the beginning. We looked at different methodologies for the 10 features. We looked at all the concepts that exist out there for the 10 features that we developed. And it was an extensive standard-based investigation in the beginning, because it was one of the important cross-cutting criteria for all the 10 features that we developed. We looked at end users' perspectives and needs. So we conducted a very detailed survey in 5 countries in Europe, and about 2,500 participants provided their feedback, where they showed what interest they have in different features and to what level we should develop them. So it was a very good guiding light that we received from that investigation that we did early in the project life. We also looked at these cross-cutting criterias. You must be wondering what these are. These were basically reliability and quality, and looking into the standards and looking at how we develop all the features, making sure that they are acceptable and widely applicable to have a coherent application of these features in the member states. So we have a very specific guideline that we developed to ensure that we follow them. We had done the test projects in 9 countries, which was a very good exercise that ran over more than 1.5 years, where we tested one feature in more than 2 or 3 countries, which was on different pilots that involved single-family houses, multifamily houses, office buildings, and school buildings. We looked into experience sharing, very importantly. We engaged with in a lot of workshops and seminars, getting input from all the stakeholders who are a part of the EPC systems and schemes. And also we did estimation of the quantitative impact, which means we wanted to see after introduction of these features how much uptake of EPCs and the push to renovation would be achieved. So you could find some of the findings in our latest deliverable about the guidelines and replicability potential of the 10 features from X-tendo. This is a final deliverable that we just published, and it's available on our website. All the tools and their features and their details are also available on our website in the toolkit that we have, or toolbox. We had 10 features, like I said. These are 10 introductory reports Ina mentioned in the beginning. These reports are very short snippets into what these are. They are just 3 to 4 pages. You can just have a look or share around and discuss about that. Well, what are the key conclusions? So X-tendo have independent conclusions for each of the 10 features, but in this discussion, I just wanted to show briefly what overall findings we achieved. And I would say the underlying need is to establish the right conditions of quality. And it has come out very strongly that we need to look at data, we need to look at information that is being used in EPCs, and we need to have the right conditions at member state level. We need to also see that the new or revised EPC should not be burdened with a lot of new information. This is very critical. All the partners have done studies at national level, and then they recommended that we should not burden it with too new or too starkly different information, because not every end user is informed or have an understanding about it in deep. We should also not overload the assessor's work, because this is very important. Assessors are the prime bearer of information. So if they are frustrated, you never know which wrong value they're going to enter and what is going to be the output. So we have to be very careful about that. We also have to increase the automation process and simplifying the procedures so that the interoperability and data exchange becomes very easy, especially with the introduction of new instruments such as building renovation passports and building logbooks. So we need to work on automation very strongly when we are introducing new features. We also have to see, like in quality EPC, user-friendliness is very important, and it was time and yet again mentioned by partners that we have to look into user-friendliness of EPCs very strongly and work on them. EPCs should link coherently, like I said, with other instruments, and should be compatible with different building typologies. In X-tendo, we focused on looking into different building typologies very deeply, and we developed solutions that could match the needs of different building types, and the EPCs could be generated for all of them. Of course, one question, or I would say a comment from me, would be about GDPR, because when we reflect back on GDPR, it was designed to bring privacy and protection of data and information. But it is also proving to be a very good challenge, or I would say a very strong barrier in collecting information that we can analyze and give solutions to. So it is a reflection that what GDPR does and how it can be adapted or improved in the future, we should learn, and I would say it's another investigation into that, but that is one of a recommendation that came across very strongly in the results. As for policy recommendations, there have been several actions for next, I would say, successful implementation that we identified. We advise that to plan and prepare for mechanisms that links to EPCs with new instruments, ensure that EPC schemes are in line with more ambitious EU and national goals, because this is something that has to be worked upon and very important. Revise EPC calculation methodologies, evaluate national and regional building stocks so that the characteristics can be understood better and EPCs can be designed better, conduct cost-benefit analysis of new features at national level, and independent control systems are necessary to maintain the EPC databases. We also need to advance the comparability and consistency of EPCs. We need to compare. We need to produce features and methodologies that are comparable at national level, because at the EU level, at the moment, different methodologies are not comparable, and it is very challenging. So we should avoid this. We should set up more rigorous quality check mechanisms and should adopt standards, methods, and tools that promote transparency. At the level of market, it is very essential. Foster collaboration in private and public actors, and it would be good to work and support implementation of additional features in methodologies and training people at national level so that different features can be inherently included in EPCs. I would like to stop here and thank you. I'll take questions later on.
And finally, back to Andre for U-Cert.
Me again. The only thing in between the panel discussion and then networking cocktail. So a very brief pitch. U-Cert has a very specific approach. As I already said in the poster session, we are coordination and support action. So our main goal was to avoid reinventing the wheel and promote the work that was already available there. However, we had a clear recipe to do this, to support. Maybe it's too ambitious to say any more harmonization, because we know EU member states, they always want flexibility. They will never take something that's too prescriptive. So that's why our recipe is very modular and flexible. And we cover the main elements that you see here on screen, and also Peter touched upon them this morning. So we have the set of EPB standards, and that's why EPB Center is the main exploiter of results in U-Cert team. And then we have the national partners that are covering the national context for the transposition part. We have additional indicators, and the most relevant that we have focused in more depth on, and for which we have developed digital tools, starting with an Excel spreadsheet and then going to a web-based environment that are currently still tested. We have covered indoor environmental quality, measured building performance and operational rating, the smart readiness indicator, and also the costing part. We believe this is something that it is still holistic, but not overcomplicates things. Then again, everything has a limit. EPCs are a policy instrument. We can make them a spaceship if we want to. Technology is there, willingness is there from the market, but it should stop somewhere. And that's the other thing that we had in U-Cert, and we went in quite a lot of depth, is the people part. What do people think about EPCs? How do they see them into day-to-day activities? So we performed a very in-depth ethnographic research covering the 11 U-Cert countries, and we learned a lot of things. The most surprising for me, I was biased, I didn't know it's this optimistic, from laypersons. They said EPCs are too expensive today, although relatively speaking they are cheap, because they said they don't provide any value for us necessarily. It's something we need to do. And they said if we would have something more meaningful, like the indicators that I listed, and also X-tendo are dealing with it. You saw it in the poster sessions. Actually, they would pay much more for it. But maybe not part of the EPC. It could be an add-on service. It's already done by the market. So in the next slides, you just see the pathways that we see this happening. Of course, the EPBD is the main directive as a vehicle, but everything is interlinked. So there needs to be coherence also between products and systems, and building as a system of products. So we are facilitating and supporting this direction. And when it comes to making things reality, this is one of our mantras in U-Cert, that of course you have asset rating. You cannot skip that. It's the first step. But then you need to follow up. You need to measure, and then to calculate operational rating, where you normalize behavior, weather data, to have something meaningful, and be sure that all the financing that's being put in this and will be put in the next decades actually meet their purpose. So we have on the website all the details for all the elements. You can always contact me. I'm happy to share all the deliverables and digital tools and so on. And just to note, in U-Cert, we are still on the dissemination communication side implementing national events. So we see this. I'm working for a federation of HVAC associations, and language is still a gap. If you just use English, yeah, there will be a barrier to get in the national markets. So what we are doing in U-Cert, we are organizing events in national language. We prepare the content at EU level in English, and it will be presented in all the countries that we are covering. And this is just a heads up for those of you that are interested to join in later this autumn. That's it. Follow us on social media, subscribe to the newsletter, also Riva EPB Center, and I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And what I'd like to do then is we have representatives from 6 of the new projects with us today. If you'd like to come up, and we have 6 seats, so we may as well make use of them. Would like to come up and take a seat, and I'll introduce you each when you're up here. And our 3 preceding speakers are also still available here at the front. So as and when you have questions to them, and you can ask them, and I'd also welcome them to signal to me if they want to jump in at any point. So I think I'll introduce you each as I give you the floor. So the point here is I propose we hear from each of you in hopefully just 2 or 3 minutes. That would leave us maybe half an hour for discussion at the end. What your project is and how it builds on the X-tendo, QualDPC and U-Cert projects. So what added value do you bring, and how do you take EPCs forward? Of no particular order. We can follow the order in the program and start with Stavros. You're quite close to a microphone. So Stavros Koltsios, here from the Center for Research and Technology, Hellas. He's an electrical engineer and computer scientist with specialization in energy building design from Greece, and is here to present a project. I'm not even sure how to pronounce it. D symbol 2EPC.
It is D2EPC. Firstly, I would like to thank you all for this opportunity to participate in this insightful event. D2EPC, or D2EPC, stands for Digital and Dynamic Energy Performance Certification, and aims to insert the digitalization part in the EPC process. As a successor of X-tendo and U-Cert, it inherits basic principles like the difference between asset and operational rating, and the need to include an extended set of indicators like human comfort and SRI and financial indicators into a holistic scheme. And as we will explain later, we'll try to go a step further and enhance even more the certification procedure.
Okay, thank you very much. So digitalization, asset, and looking more at operational rating and an extended set of indicators. Those are, in essence, what your focus is. Okay, perfect. Let's move then to Michael. So Michael, I'm probably going to pronounce it wrong, but Zygmunt Pomianowski, associate professor at Aalborg University and coordinator of 2 Horizon 2020 projects, specializes in energy and indoor climate in buildings, both as teacher and researcher, and is here to present the EDICE project, if that's correct.
That is correct. And
okay.
Pronunciation very well.
Okay.
Done. Thank you for inviting me to this event. And very shortly about EDICE. Well, I think what we have observed in EDICE when we were proposing the content of the project do not differ much from what we can see in the rest of the project that we see today. Simply because our expertise align with your expertise, and we could observe the same gaps and deficiencies in current EPCs, and we address the issue of what could we do better comparing to what is done today in EPCs, namely move towards dynamic energy certifications using both dynamic simulation tools, not developing them, but basing on the available tools that are at the moment on the market, implementing them to see what are the challenges, but as well the opportunities, and also implementing the measurements in the buildings and using the measurements from the buildings and these more detailed dynamic simulations techniques to determine what are the performance gaps in today's building stock and what could we do about that. Thank you.
Okay, so a move towards much more dynamic, so more detailed simulations and modeling, and therefore more dynamic certification to really identify where the gaps are and what we can do about them.
Yes, basically, you could, in principle, determine a new certificate if you had, let's say, hourly data already available every hour. Maybe that's not the intention.
Okay.
But you could produce the dynamic certificate up to the requirements.
Okay, great, thank you. Jan Verheyen, a senior researcher at the think tank here in Belgium, Vito, and also associated with Energieville, which is a cooperation between differing Belgian research institutes on sustainable energy and intelligent energy systems. So he heads up the Sustainable Built Environment unit at Vito as a construction engineer with a PhD in energy sciences, and here to talk about the ePanacea project.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. I'm here on behalf of ePanacea, as our project manager is unable to be here, but I will try to briefly introduce the project. So ePanacea envisions to develop a new EPC in which the user has a central role. So starting to look at what are the requirements from the end user's perspective and all other stakeholders. So the intention is to start from the actual energy use data. And there are 3 methods that are being at the core of the project developed. So there on the one hand side, you have very simplified methods, including even part energy performance indicators that are determined based on actual energy use data or related information. And on the other side of the spectrum, there is a calibrated simulation approach for a more real-time dynamic evaluation or assessment of the energy performance of buildings. So these 3 methods are accompanied by a decision matrix that is dependent on the availability of data, so the monitoring infrastructure, etc., and also depending on the type of the building and the technical installations that are in the building. So what has been done is that so there have been close interactions with end users of EPCs via surveys and workshops. And then at the other hand, there are also assistance via regional exploitation boards in which stakeholders are inquired on their views on the EPC. And all from that, a new EPC has been developed or proposed in which the content and the layout and all the features that should be in there are questioned and then further built upon from there. So the project still runs until next year, May, and we're currently in the phase of actually testing the 3 methods that are being developed. And also important to mention is that this is a holistic methodology that is intended to be gathered on a main platform. So this is the Smart Energy Performance Assessment platform in which all of these methods come together and which also can be linked up to other sources of information like building passports or other indicators like smart readiness indicators, etc. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So what I take from that is, well, you're very close to the end user and have interacted a lot with them, and therefore a very user-focused approach, also more dynamic, just like we heard from one of your colleagues already, to develop, and you're testing these 3 methodologies to develop a more dynamic, user-friendly EPC going forward. Okay. Our fourth project then, Olivier Gresloup, Research Strategy Manager at the French Scientific and Technical Center for Buildings. Again, a research engineer in the space of energy efficient buildings and systems. Has worked on a holistic building innovation approach, has also contributed to the regulatory side at the EU level and in France. And here to present the EPC Recast project.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody, and thank you again for this nice invitation to share our thoughts and experiences on the different sister projects. So I'm the coordinator of the EPC Recast project, which is an innovation action that started at the end of 2020 and will end at the end of next year. So we have 2 specific target groups in EPC Recast. The first one are the EPC assessors, and the second one are the building owners. You will see that there are a lot of concepts we share with the other projects and topics, but there are some that are very specific to EPC Recast. So with regards first to EPC assessors, the main objective is to make current existing EPCs more reliable and to improve working practices of EPC assessors. So I think this is quite specific to EPC Recast in the pool of sister projects. What we want to do is to improve the data collection on-site and with connections to database about the building. So to better evaluate the building geometry, the thermal characteristics of the envelope of the systems, etc. So that then we have a better evaluation of the input parameters that are used then to run the EPC simulations to have the asset rating. So for that, we are using a set of digital tools that are interconnected with interoperability with a digital toolbox that is looking like, let's say, a repository of files and of folders where we can trigger services, applications that you use to evaluate this information. Once the EPC assessor has gone on-site to visit the building, he can then connect to online database and to other online services to infer other parameters. So for instance, we have developed a technology in France where we connect to national building database where we can evaluate the solar mass of nearby buildings that can influence the solar radiation on the given building. Then we have a second step, which is building calibration, model calibration, which we already discussed. The idea is that for some parameters that we have not been able to evaluate on-site with these tools, we are going to run automated algorithms then to narrow the gap between the results of the energy simulation and the measurements of energy consumption based on sensors that are installed inside the building. So we are putting long-term monitoring equipment in more than 70 dwellings and testing the overall approach on more than 100 dwellings. So we are calibrating the model, and once the model is finally calibrated, we can then have the asset rating of the building and use this calibrated model then to evaluate renovation recommendations. So this is where I come to the second target group, which are building owners. We use this calibrated model we use for the EPC, then to define several renovation scenarios, evaluate them with a renovation roadmap tool. And so there we have a renovation roadmap, and the summary of this renovation roadmap is provided in our EPC certificate. So like many sister projects, we are also designing a new EPC next generation certificate. We will, of course, take inspiration from the recommendations of all the CSA projects, not reinventing the wheel at each time. And we are also providing on this certificate information links with SRI, with indoor air quality and topics that you have discussed before. So this is to provide the overview of the project.
Okay, thank you. So lots there, and I note the first point you made about trying to improve the reliability of the existing EPCs and the way that assessors work, as well as the links you said to existing existing data sets out there, like the National Building Database, and your use of, of algorithms to be able to, and these calibrated models, to where you're not directly measuring, where you're able to come up with renovation scenarios and communicate that through the EPC to a building owner.
And one final word, we are also using Holy simulations, so more detailed simulation cores than what are used today, so it's also dynamic energy modeling in our case.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. A colleague of yours, Lilia Galay-Dol, who works at the same French Scientific and Technical Center for Buildings, comes with a PhD in power electronics. Her research has focused a lot on microgrids, and she headed up the Urban Smart Grids and Microgrids project at a French institute focused on the energy transition in cities. And she's here to present the EUB Superhub project.
Thank you, and thank you for your invitation. The coordinator, Peter Guris, wasn't be able to join us, so I will represent him today. He's from Gironardo in Hungary. EUB Superhub is a development of a website which be able to link all the element I heard today, and the idea is to have a web platform that we will be able to give services, and the services are linked to the EPC needs. So the EPC reliability, the EPC outputs in order to be friendly presented. This website is composed by 5 modules. And these modules, they are, for example, the training module, the web market module. These modules will give information that are brought from elements like logbook or others information and data needed for the EPC, and can be used for services. And their services are in the definition of the services are in this project, and the idea is to have this platform to able to other services to be linked. So that's why I said that there are some outputs and maybe some inputs for the reliability of data that can be linked to this website.
So the website, who would use it? Who's the target group for it? The platform, the website, who's the target group for it? Who is it designed for use by?
He's designed for all the stakeholders of the EPC. Okay. So it could be the end user, it could be an owner, it could be an assessor, a policy actor, and all the actors of the EPCs.
Okay. And the point of it is so to bring the dimension of the user into the EPC.
Yes.
So the user behavior, which ultimately has an impact as in how well the building performs energetically.
The user behavior has been studied with a direct consultation. So in this project, there are local advisory teams that are developed for each country, and there are 2 to 3 meetings each year in order to collect all the feedbacks, all the needs and the expectation of the EPC actors.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And our final projects in this lineup, so there's two more who unfortunately didn't have representatives who could be with us today. The final one today is represented by Sol Todt. Again, you can correct me. Who's a team leader at the BPIE, so the Energy Building Performance Institute. He's led a variety of projects there, previously focused on green mortgages, and also worked for 10 years as a EU Affairs Manager at RICS Europe, so working on standards to drive improvements also in the built environment. And your project is the IB Road to EPC.
That was still a long introduction. And this feels a bit like the wedding season of all the EPC projects. So yes, I'm coming from a project which essentially aims to bring the EPCs more closer to the renovation passport. That is in a nutshell. And in that sense, to reply to your initial question, yes, it's like almost implicit that we take on board everything that these other sister projects have developed or are developing. But this also leaves us with two questions. And these two questions are not just for us as the IB Road Consortium, but I think it's also for all this stakeholder community who is working on EPCs. I think I agree with what has been said this morning, that the 20 years history of EPCs has been quite tumultuous, but I think there has been a steady progress. And I think at this point in time, we are a bit of a watershed moment, because EPCs have evolved an awful lot. We had a few false starts. We have evolved over the last 20 years, but I think now it's a watershed moment also to look beyond what is the next 20 years. And this is something that I just wanted to push back as a question to you all. What is the vision of an EPC that we are working towards? For us, as IB Road to EPC, this is very simply is the complete building renovation roadmap. But in a way, our question or our dilemma currently is that where exactly we are going to position EPCs in this spectrum. Is this going to be a full building renovation roadmap that will include all these features, which has been a compelling evidence throughout the day has been put forward that these are there to create value, right? It comes with additional costs, but they are there to engage, to go beyond as a simple information tool and engage the whole building value chain. So this is for us, in a way, the vision, right? To have like a building renovation roadmap. But IB Road to EPC, as its name suggests, is still something in between. We want to anticipate, we want to prepare the market for when the recast EPPD will be implemented, and there will be a building renovation roadmap or a passport then to gradually converge towards that direction. But still, it will be somewhere in the middle, right? And there is a question because, in a way, we want to avoid a situation whereby we will have something like a shortcut, which is like a full building renovation roadmap, which is like a climate neutrality roadmap. It has a very clear end goal of reaching to have every building to have like a building renovation roadmap whereby every single renovation measure that you carry out within the property is part of a comprehensive strategy that will have the end goal of climate neutrality, right? So we'd want to avoid that the EPC is also become something like a shortcut, a low-cost version to something like a full renovation roadmap, which we would like to have for the entire building stock. And the second question, or the second dilemma, and I've finished here, is that we heard about all this existing policy as well as information tools, which are all, in a way, they have a reason, they have a purpose on the market. They serve different needs, they serve also different stakeholders in a way. And I just refer to the building renovation roadmap, the EPCs, the logbooks. You can even continue by building material passports and so on, right? I think there needs to be much more coherence how these link together, also in terms of the policy landscape, but also within the market. They all have a place, but I think it's something that we, as all projects involved with this, will need to work towards, making these useful and providing value for us.
Okay, thank you. So that leaves us with, I guess, 20 minutes or so for questions. Is there an immediate question or thoughts, or I guess a wish to respond to some of the questions that Zulte has raised about how, what is the future vision for EPCs for the next 20 years and their role in driving renovation. Yes, we'll get you a microphone. Hold on a second. Just tell us briefly who you are and go ahead.
I'm David Weatherall, representing the Energy Saving Trust from the UK, and we were particularly focusing on work in Scotland in the X-tendo project. I just wanted to pick up on something that Zuhab mentioned, actually, which was in our experience in the X-tendo project, both on the demonstration project that we delivered in Scotland and other partners delivered. There was a lot of experience of challenges around GDPR and data handling more broadly, and thinking about the presentation from Powell this morning showing EPCs at the centre of this vast network of other functionality, and what Zulte has just talked about in terms of integration. You know, this involves data flowing all over the place. How are we actually going to make sure that that's possible? And just to give one small anecdote, you know, we spoke to people on the ground providing energy advice in Scotland about how they could use more sets of data, and they were like, "Oh God, don't make us ask for more consents information to be able to pass information on." You know, this is a real problem and a real challenge already, and how are we going to overcome that?
Okay, yeah, a good question. It can be more than one of you, don't worry, but who wants to pick up on the GDPR question and whether, I guess how you're taking that on board and how we can overcome what is already turning into a potential hurdle in some cases? Yeah, Jan, go ahead.
Yes, I can have a word on that. Thank you for the question. I think the key to this is to get the, the decision taking in the hands of the owner of the data. In most cases, in your example, that is the user of the building. So if we make it sure that all this data is gathered in a centralized depository or a platform, then that can be arranged. And maybe more in general, a comment. I think that GDPR, from our side, from our perspective, is indeed a barrier in many ways. But I do think that it is one that can be rather easily overcome. And on the other side of spectrum, there are the users, and there is the risk of privacy and of data security aspects. And I think that is more important to be put at the center of this discussion than the barriers that we are encountering now. And in that respective, I think that more is needed on the GDPR evolution on the European level, and that what we are encountering in terms of barriers is less a priority, I'd say.
Thoughts?
I would agree with that point. I think data privacy and security are certainly valid concerns. We are not going to build an EPC Facebook whereby my private life is your commercial data. I think in going back to the experience that we had in working out the European concept for a digital building logbook, this issue around data governance was very much tackled together with all the technical details, all the technical infrastructure that will need to be in place to enable interoperability between the various databases and so on. So I think this is where a European level guidance, coherent guidance about the implementation of the GDPR, but also the application of GDPR to these very concrete cases would be very useful. And there are solutions, of course, to overcome concerns around GDPR. And I'll just give you an anecdote as well, like David was mentioning, that when we looked at the existence of and the openness of EPC databases, and this was within one country, I don't want to name or blame one country, but certain regions, in compliance with GDPR, they made the data public, whereas others, referencing the same European GDPR, which is a regulation, should be implemented in a uniform way. This is what the regulation means. They use this as an excuse not to open up their data vaults. So I just couldn't figure this out, how this works. So this is where I think, again, further guidance from the EU would be actually very useful. And there are practical solutions of overcoming, again, legitimate concerns around data sharing. Data can be anonymized, data can be aggregated, data cannot necessarily be able to be identified to the right owner of the data. For us to be able to use that data for all these purposes that we have been talking about the entire day.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, Michael.
Well, I experience conducting pilot cases, so the buildings and putting the measurements equipment in the building with respect to GDPR. So GDPR here is to get the instant consent from the tenants, from the people who live there, as a main barrier to conduct measurements. There was, at least from our experience, there was a lot of effort put in order to conduct measurements, and it was not regarding the actually installation of the of the sensors and equipment. It was to get a permit from the tenants. Very often they are afraid, and they do not give the permission to enter their private spaces, and they don't understand what the data will be used for, and simply if they have a choice to give the consent or not to give the consent, they do not give the consent. So in order to search for those who are willing to participate in pilot cases, etc., you need to go through maybe 50 apartments, and maybe 3 will accept. That's the current situation on the building sites.
That's getting a permit to actually be able to install a sensor or smart meter to be able to even start tracking anything operational.
Yes. So and we need that at the moment in order to use the data.
And do you also think it's something that European level guidance, which then goes down to the member state, which then goes down to the local level, can help with that, or is something more bottom up needed as well?
I'm not specialist here. I experience this as somebody who work with data, and every time we work now with data, and there is a lot of data today that we would like to put our hands on, but the main barrier to analyze the data is actually the consent and GDPR. That's the situation. We have thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of smart heat meter data in Denmark. We need a consent to get access to these.
Yeah, okay. That's clear. Lilia?
Thank you. For AUB Super Hub, we managed this element with a consent part into the web platform. So in order to accede to the data, we need to have to log into the private information part, and have an access to that. In AUB Super Hub, the idea is to manage that with the consent of the person who asks the service or the EPC. So it is the way we use to that.
Does it work?
To manage that.
It works, the method?
This method, today we develop it, so we need to test in this future days. But this system is already used in some countries. For example, in France, we can access to the energy consumption. Thanks to the Linky measurement. It's a smart meter for the electrical information. So we can use this information with the consent of the end user. And if there is all the system prepared to that, to give the login and all the elements according to the consent, to the agreement, it is able to use it.
Yeah. Okay. There's a question over there.
Thank you. And Zolt, I had to laugh when you were talking because I wanted to raise the question, where will EPC be in 20 years? And you said, like, where will EPC be in 20 years? Then I wanted to mention the logbook. What did you do? You mentioned the logbook. So I don't know if you owe me beers or otherwise. But I do think that the key in the success of EPC or the broader environment is in the tailoring towards the end users. For some end users, you just want to buy a house, they want to have an idea what will be the cost to bring it to future-proof. Others, they really want to have a detailed renovation program. And we do notice as a research organization who collaborate with Markitecture, for example, with renovation providers, that we lack the data to provide really tailored renovation services. So actually we're moving around the direct data because we don't have access to individual data from individual buildings. So we go like, we have the energy consumption per street or per neighborhood, but not individual. So we really need the access to all the data. And so we have to push for this trust. And that said, I am coordinating a large project on bringing neighborhoods to positive energy neighborhoods. And what we did note is the only thing that really works is gaining trust by going and sit around the table and drinking coffee with the people. So I think if we keep it to a digital and a faraway approach led by the government, we will never gain that trust. So I do really think that personal touch, although we're in a digital era, we cannot avoid. So drinking coffee is key.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, I'm Victoria Serrano from BPA. As a follow-up a bit on the end user, we've been talking a lot about user-centered EPC, and a lot of your projects try to evaluate like the actual energy performance. So we have the asset rating, then we have the energy performance of the building that is corrected for standardized use. So it's still about the building, it's the operational performance, but then there is also some models that can also take into account the user patterns, and it's the actual energy performance that is of that end user. So there are these three main types of information we try to communicate to the end user. Have you done any research on how to communicate these three different indicators, how people understand them, how they perceive them? Because I've been doing studies on communicating even simple things like that is per square meter. So people, when they buy a TV, they don't understand that a big TV labeled A can still consume much more than a small TV labeled C, because it's the same for houses, per square meter. So have you done any research on terms of how people understand the indicators and the information you're presenting them?
It's a good question. Have any of these projects looking into this, either new projects or existing projects? If not, someone should add it to their to-do list.
We did look into that. There were several workshops organized and surveys conducted on the end user perception of the indicators that should be used in the EPC. And so there are recommendations that came forward from that work that was done. But I do not think that it includes, for instance, differentiation between normalized values and non-normalized values. I do not recall that. But that's indeed very interesting. And also, maybe referring back to one of the comments, is that indeed if you would put the user center, then it might be useful to broaden up the scope outside of what we're used to in EPBD, in the sense that also the non-EPBD related uses like the appliances, it's also very interesting for end users to get information on. And that is exactly something that can be easily combined with energy performance determination based on actual metered energy use. So in that sense, and I also think on other things you could broaden up the scope. For instance, the materials contribution, if you're talking about renovation roadmaps or renovation advice in when you have to choose from several renewable energy options, technologies, then if you would not look at the embedded energy or the broader environmental impact of those measures, then yeah, you might get some adverse effects in the end on the entire environmental impact. Same with the water usage. It would be good to maybe combine also information on energy and water into a single information to be communicated. So yeah, it's a bit outside of the scope of what we're used to work with within EPBD. So yeah, up for discussion. Thank you.
No, it's a great and I think valid question. And the straightforward answer for IB Road to EPC is no. We haven't foreseen any behavioral economics study that would look into actually pitching the message to towards the homeowner. But I think you just created homework for yourself because you're also on the project team. But I wanted to, because I mentioned the logbook, and we are exploring the sort of synergies and interoperability between the building renovation passport as well as the logbook. And it's simply, we are not looking at this from a data exchange and enriching the available data from this perspective. But we are also looking at this exactly to enhance the user experience and to engage the owner. Because I think one key feature of the building renovation passport compared to at least existing EPCs is that this is not a static snapshot. It's more like a dynamic way of looking and relating to your own building. So you need that sort of dynamic interaction with the interface. And so this is where another area. So therefore, you can in a way delegate this question. Not necessarily towards the building renovation roadmap, but the way how the user experience, the user interface of the logbook is going to be designed, because that could be like a common platform that would, in a way, could link, could act as a gateway towards all these other features.
Stavros, you want to? Okay. Yeah.
Me too after. Within the scope of user awareness, I don't think if there are a lot of things that we can manage to do. We can explain to the end user what is each KPI, but I'm not sure if he or she can grasp it from the first explanation. Within D2EPC, what we also propose is within the dynamic scope of the EPC is the automatic calculation of an EPC and the delivery to the end customer on a periodic period like 6 months. So giving the end user the ability to go over and over again and monitor the assets, the performance of the asset, he has the time to gain a deep understanding on the energy aspect of the operational of its building and make the correct actions along with information that he will also get from the notification system to reduce his or his energy consumption.
You want to come back?
I think that the question should not be how to explain the difficulty of the complex EPC to the end user, but how to simplify the EPC in order to be easy to understand. So that's why it is better to ask the end user directly. And that's why in a UB Super Hub there is the local advisory team, including end users, in order to ask them directly what they are thinking about all the elements of the web platform the inputs, the outputs, and other. Thank you.
Yeah, Andre, Stefan, and gentleman's behind.
Is this? Yeah, it's on. So in U-Cert, that's why we have the U there. It's users. We actually reconsidered it should have been P from people. And we did a lot of ethnographic research. We can share, we have a few deliverables on this. And actually, we shouldn't underestimate the capacity of laypersons to understand these indicators. They are really knowledgeable. What you shouldn't expect is for them to have a keen interest like us geeks on these topics. So we started U-Cert with the assumption that EPCs should leverage nudging theory, behavioral economics. What we learned is that it's a facilitating and enabling tool for which you need a sort of coach. We have mechanics for our cars, we have doctors for our bodies. But then what you need is exactly what Martin said. You need to drink a coffee with people and explain to them in layperson terms. And that would make the biggest difference. And this is something that came up from our research. Of course, it needs to be taken further up and further validated. But this is something that would possibly work. And people always take the default choices. So if by default EPCs, building renovation roadmaps, all these tools are coherent, they should be as they will be as they should be, people will just take the default. And I'm really curious what in EUB Super Hub will happen when the consent is just a tick box and it's by default ticked and they will not go in the details. We consent to so many things in online platforms, and if it's not surfaced, I think they will accept. That's my assumption today.
Thank you. In QualDBC, we didn't do research, but we had the same suspicion as you had that indicators per square meter are a bit more difficult to understand. This is why we suggested in our template to include both the real consumption in kilowatt hours per year and also the total potential savings in kilowatt hours per year.
Maybe
just behind you, Pete. No? It's already answered. Okay. So yeah.
I have more of a comment rather than a question. I think looking at all these sister projects and the complexity that we deal with the social perspective, that's the end users, stakeholders, I think we need to delve more deeper into that and look at different participatory approaches with the end users, with the stakeholders, look into citizen science for more detailed understanding of their needs and how do they understand these aspects of EPCs which could be further improved in the future. So when I look at all the technical work that people do on EPCs, how energy performance could be improved, we should really look at the socio-technical perspective and we should strengthen them in our future projects and the work that we do, because the ultimate success lies there. And I hope that we look at this topic more seriously and try to include that in our investigations in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've had one question that came in online from Giovanni Sicarelli. Is there a logbook containing the topic of the various projects of the cluster to allow a quick comparison of the results? So I guess this means one place to go to where you can have an overview of what each project is doing and what results it has come to so far.
I think Andre should answer the question.
Yes, thank you. So this is something we have identified as critical for the stakeholder community when they see 11 projects. Then we have additional 2 new ones that will start next year. They go like, oh, where do I start? So they miss some points because they need to focus on certain projects. Maybe they know somebody that's involved in them or so on. So we are working now. We will have a common visual identity for our family. And furthermore, we are looking at ways to put this sort of logbook, if you want, or snapshot of all the different topics that the projects are covering, where we overlap, and then accessible in a single platform. And from there, you can go further in depth on the individual websites, deliverables, and so on. So it's in progress. I would say maybe this year in autumn, but let's see.
Okay, great. Thank you. There's more. Yeah, go ahead.
Just one idea for you, Andre, to be shared after that. But following the conversation we just had, I think we could have maybe some work to share feedback from sociology done in the projects and contacts with end users, just to say that we have not really digged into details in EPC Recast, but we will present first versions of our templates and tools to building owners to collect data. So we will also in EPC Recast have feedback from the field and from these owners. But since this is quite, well, maybe an important topic that is not too technical, this is maybe something that is more, that can be more easily shared, the feedback from the different projects, and maybe we could have some specific collaboration there just to collect and to compare these feedbacks. On the technical side, we have so many different simulation, data tools, etc., that it's really more complicated to provide this overview. So maybe, I didn't have decided before, but maybe the sociology and the feedback from end users could be one way to collaborate further.
So one specific dimension on which it would make sense to collaborate and pool the information you have. The GDPR, more input from David, is continuing online, the GDPR discussion. Are there other questions? I haven't seen any other questions come in because we're up to coming close to more coffee, which as we've heard is a good idea. Yeah.
And maybe also another comment with regards to the connections between the tools. I mean, the DPC, the logbook, the renovation roadmap. I think we should try to distinguish as much as possible between the working practices, what is needed to get the information, then to fill in the EPC, to do the simulations, to do the roadmap, etc., which is in a way the back end. And the front end, this is how do we display this information with dedicated templates. I mean, these are really two different topics, and I think when we often talk about the links between these tools, we do not distinguish between them, and I think it's very important, because this is really two different kind of work. Just to provide an example, to me, to do a renovation roadmap or an EPC, well, it's exactly in a way the same process. You need to go on site, you need to diagnose the building, to collect information, to know what are the building characteristics today. Then you run a simulation. Maybe it's not today very detailed with an EPC, it could be more with a roadmap, but it's exactly the same process. And then with the roadmap, you have a little more work to do, of course, because you have to define renovation scenarios and to evaluate them. But if we look at the working process, that's the same. So that means that maybe it could be done by the same stakeholder, the same professional, or not. If it's done by the same professional, then maybe we have specific regulation to put into place for voluntary incitations. If that's not the case, or we leave the possibility that these are two different people, then we have the topic of having standardized data files, data models, so that the information can be shared between these two people. And then on the other side, yes, how do we define the templates? How do we put indicators? This is sociology, this is something completely different.
Yeah, that's true. That's one of the questions I had, but you, Zolt, also Stefan mentioned deep renovation and trying to improve that link between EPCs and renovation. And we do have these building renovation passports, the logbooks you've talked about. You have all of these different tools, and I guess what you do with each of them. As you say, there's a difference too between the back end and having these different tools. I guess I'll target also different audiences and what you then communicate to the end user. Okay. Is there a final question or comment? We're just past 4:30, so I'm happy to wrap it up otherwise and invite up our closing speakers. Panel, you're happy? You've said what you came to say?
I think they would hate us if we would say more.
Okay, a round of applause for the panel. And a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you for your engagement and questions and participation today, drinking coffee, talking. Go on. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Lukas Kranzel on behalf of the X-tendo project from Technical University Vienna, and back to Peter op 't Veld from the U-Cert project to conclude for us.
Okay, thank you. It's almost impossible to have a 5 minutes conclusion. This means 2.5 minutes per person. That's also good news. And it's also impossible to wrap up and give conclusions in 5 minutes of this very exciting day. I think it's, first of all, my first reflection is I think it's the very first time that we came together with almost the whole family of next EPC projects, which was very good. We had an intensive day. We learned a lot of each other. And another reflection that I have, and that is related with the sheet that Pau Audi Garcia showed us, with the EPC in the middle, related to all kinds of other issues, from building designs, building renovation passports, smart readiness, financing, etc., etc. But still, the EPC is not the middle of the world. And that was one of the lessons learned, of course, also from Pau. But it is a place where everything comes together, that connects a lot of things. And again, it's not the final goal, but it is a medium to many other things, like, for example, the building renovation passports. We achieved a lot in the last 20 years, but I think with the coming of these next generation EPC projects that we really can make a step forward. And thinking about this, if you look at the new generation of EPCs, we talk about building operational rating, we talk about real performances, making performances of a building really visible. And then you can go a step further, then you talk about quality. But if you talk about quality, you also talk about skills, upskilling qualified people. And here, for example, here we see the connection that we have with the construction skills projects and build-up skills projects. So everything is connected, in my view. And I think we have a lot to work on in the next years. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Not very much to add. A few personal conclusions from my side. First, I feel very inspired through these really super interesting ideas, discussions that we had today. Thanks for this. I also liked your comment, Jaap, that we should also acknowledge what has been achieved in these 20 years. And I think part of this achievement is also this development of this family of EPC project and consortia. And I really also want to say thank you to André for organizing this. I think it's really extremely valuable, and so thanks for this effort. Second, of course, there are a lot of challenges regarding user-friendliness, regarding quality, reliability, digitalization, linking to the financing sector. So I think these 11 plus projects will still have a lot of work to do in the next years to come. And third point, I realize that we didn't provide a response to Scholz and Martin's question where we will be in 20 years with EPCs, and I also feel from the panel discussions and that we all have different views on where we will be. In particular, also taking up what you said, EPCs have been in the center of Pau's slide, but of course EPCs are not the only tool to save the world. So they are one part of the solution, but only one part of the whole concert of tools like logbooks, building renovation roadmaps. And I think it's also important to define, let's say, the scope of what the EPC exactly should cover and what it should not cover. And obviously, we're not yet there to have a clear common vision of this. So maybe also another topic of one of the next meetings in the project family calls or even physical meetings. So that's it from my side. And also thanks to Roberta and Andrea for organizing everything, and thanks to Sonia for the great guidance through this day.
That's it, everyone. Thank you very much. For me, it's been a pleasure to be here. I've learned a lot. I'll do my best to go and digest it, hopefully produce an article of some sort at some point, which will bring some of these topics to a broader, a new audience. And there are drinks outside, not just coffee, more interesting drinks too, for those of you who are coming to the end of your working day. And I very much hope that that we can repeat the occasion and bring so many experts together again for such a wide-ranging and rich discussion. Thank you very much.